Almighty God, we, the representatives of the citizens of the City of Brisbane, are assembled here to strive and care for the welfare of our city and all its people. Lord, we ask that you guide us in the decisions we make today. Amen. Brisbane City Council acknowledges this country and its traditional custodians. We acknowledge and respect the spiritual relationship between traditional custodians and this country, which has inspired language, songs, dances, law, and dreaming stories over many thousands of years. We pay our respects to the elders, those who have passed into the dreaming, those here today, those of tomorrow. May we continue to peacefully walk together in gratitude, respect, and kindness in caring for this country and one another. Please be seated. I declare the meeting open. Are there any apologies? Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I advise that Councillor Wines and Councillor Murphy will be absent today, and I move that they be granted a leave of absence from the meeting.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Givney that Councillor Wines and Councillor Murphy be granted leave of absence from today's meeting. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Any further apologies? Councillor Johnston.
No, I just don't have a chair. Am I just supposed to take somebody else's? Is that like...
Yep, if you can, just take that one aside. Yeah, that'd be great. I'm not sure what has happened there, but obviously while the cleaners were cleaning, maybe they were moved. Confirmation of minutes, please.
Chair, I move that the minutes of the 4,781st meeting held on Tuesday the 25th of November 2025 be received, taken as read and confirmed.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Givney that the minutes of the 4,781st meeting of Council held on the 25th of November 2025 be received, taken as read and confirmed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. I would now like to call on Ms Karen Willis, who will address the Chamber on the All Abilities Cricket Program. Welcome, Ms Willis. Thank you. You may proceed when you're ready, and you have 5 minutes.
Lovely. I am going to read from my notes because I'm a little bit nervous and I just got lost in amongst everyone going to the concert today, so bear with me. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Lord Mayor and councillors, and thank you particularly for allowing me to come here today to speak to you. My name is Karen Willis and I'm the founder of the Valley District Cricket Club's All Abilities Cricket Program. Quite a mouthful. Might have to look at shortening that. Our program is a free grassroots initiative that gives children, teenagers and young adults with an intellectual disability or neurodiversity a place to play cricket, connect and belong. I'm also the very proud mum of a neurodiverse son. My aim today is to raise Council's awareness of this important and life-changing program and to encourage Council to consider any opportunities that may be available to further support and promote the program within the Brisbane community. All financial and non-financial assistance is greatly appreciated, not just by me, but by the families who already benefit and those who could potentially benefit in the future. We began 5 years ago as a foundation program with just a handful of participants whose families were looking for a supported introduction to sport, and thankfully they came to our cricket club. Since then, the demand has grown exponentially. What started as one group has now expanded into a recognised pathway through Queensland Cricket. From foundation sessions through to a dedicated pathway for teens and young adults who want to keep playing socially or progress into competitions via Special Olympics or the Queensland Cricket Inclusion Championships. Across both programs, we now have more than 60 registered participants. At Valleys, every participant experiences something simple but powerful, a space with no pressure, no judgment, and no one left on the sidelines. It's a place where they can genuinely be themselves. Our participants come from every corner of Brisbane. Families regularly tell us that they travel across multiple wards because inclusive community sport is so incredibly hard to find. This is why awareness for us is so important. Families are desperately looking for opportunities like ours. They just need to know that they exist. Programs like ours strengthen local communities. When young people feel included in sport, families feel more connected, confidence grows, and our whole community benefits. It really does help create the kind of Brisbane we all want to live in, one where everyone has a place. Earlier this year, I was honoured with the Lord Mayor's Australia Day Award for our program. I'm incredibly proud and grateful for that recognition. It also meant a great deal to our families as well for me to receive that award, because it signalled to them that Brisbane sees them, values them and welcomes them. We are a small volunteer-run program. We do not charge registration fees because we know that sometimes costs can be a barrier. We rely on community support, lots of grant writing, and volunteers who want everyone to have the opportunity to feel included. As our numbers grow, so does our need. More equipment, more helpers, and more ways to ensure that every participant feels supported. We know the Lord Mayor and Council care deeply about building connected, inclusive communities. What we're doing in our corner of Brisbane directly contributes to that amazing vision, and we are very proud to play a small part in it. What would make the biggest difference right now for us is your help in sharing information about our program with your wards and your constituents. I mentioned in your newsletter, a social media post or even a personal referral could be the thing that helps a member of your community find their place and their tribe. We'd also appreciate the opportunity to stay connected with Council as we continue growing. As a grassroots program supporting people who don't always find activities designed with their special needs in mind, we absolutely value any guidance, connection or support that helps us strengthen what we do. Every person in Brisbane deserves a place where they're welcomed, supported and proud to belong. At Valleys, we've created that place. With your help in sharing our story, we can open the door to even more families across Brisbane. Thank you for your time, and thank you very much for all the work you do for everyone who lives in this beautiful city.
Thank you, Ms Willis. Thank you, Ms Willis, and I'd now like to call upon Councillor Howard, if you could respond, please.
Oh, well, thank you, Madam Chair. And Karen, thank you so much for sharing your story. We truly appreciate people coming into our chamber and talking to all of the councillors about the fantastic work that you do. And your story is just so amazing that I could see the faces on all of my colleagues here who are very willing to help you. So one of my undertakings will be that we will share your information with all of the councillors so that we can hopefully all see if we can work together. But I do want to thank you for your passion as well and for founding something that is so important to Brisbane. We know that the Valleys District Cricket Club's All Abilities cricket program, it is quite a mouthful, but it is exactly the kind of grassroots initiative that makes Brisbane special. And it's really more than just about cricket. And I also know that Queensland Cricket, I think, are also very helpful in spreading the word about some of the programs that we have to help our community out there. But what you're doing is creating a space where every young person feels welcome, supported and valued, and that is really important. As Chair for Community and Arts, I want to say how proud we are that Brisbane is home to programs like this, and we will certainly help you to spread the word. What is really important is that you have been very brave to come into the chamber today and to share your story, because we know how that can be a little bit nerve-wracking, but we've all experienced that, and we all just love hearing what is happening out there in our community. And I'm sure that all the councillors will be keen to share more information with their residents so that even more families can find out about the amazing program that you have. Karen, I also want to acknowledge your incredible achievement earlier this year in receiving a Lord Mayor's Australia Day Award for your work with All Abilities Cricket. That recognition speaks volumes about the impact that you've had on Brisbane and the value that the city places on inclusion. So we all know that Brisbane is Australia's lifestyle capital, and that lifestyle must also be inclusive. So it's programs like yours that are helping us to deliver that program. So thank you again for everything you do. So to every volunteer, parent and supporter, you are really making a difference. And thank you once again for coming in and sharing that story with us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howard, and thank you, Ms Willis, for coming in. We appreciate it. And councillors, when you come up to sign the book, there are some of these cards there. I know you all have probably many young people that you want to inform about this program. Are there any questions of the Lord Mayor or Civic Cabinet Chair of any of the standing committees? Councillor Wolfe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, can you please update the Chamber on the Schrinner Council's latest plan to unlock even more housing choice in suburbs across Brisbane?
Lord Mayor.
Well, thank you, Councillor Wolfe. I know this is something that you care deeply about, and I know that councillors on this side of the chamber care deeply about it as well. But we all have to ask ourselves a question at this point in time, and that is, do we want to be a city where young people have the opportunity to get themselves into a home, to afford to buy a home? Now, if the answer is yes, which it absolutely should be, then we need to continue to evolve our planning scheme to allow that to happen. Because there's been extraordinary change in recent years with not just property values going up, but construction costs going up. And the feasibility of too many projects is being affected, and projects that could and should happen just aren't stacking up and can't go ahead. Now, we know that we've made a lot of planning changes in recent times, and many of them facilitate more homes to be created in inner city areas. But there's a need for suburban homes, and there's a need at the more affordable end of the market. Suburban opportunities that can be built at a lower cost. So we're not talking about projects that need tower cranes here. We're not talking about projects that have union workforces that add 30 to 40% to the cost of the home. But it's the truth. But what we're talking about is those affordable options. And this is for people, younger people, this is for downsizers wanting to move into a smaller home. And so our LMR review, which we announced earlier this year, I can say we've finalised our proposal, and we'll be bringing those proposals through to Council next week so that we can get moving on making changes that will make a real difference. Now, this is consistent with our anti-sprawl approach to housing, where we're allowing more homes to be built in established areas that are close to good transport links and services and facilities. But we also know that we need to work together with other levels of government to bring down the cost of building homes. And so there are some politicians that would have you believe that the solution to the housing situation is rent freezes, is higher taxes on home builders, is on more mandatory provisions on home builders. But we actually know the reality is that these things actually make houses less affordable and force up construction costs. They are not solutions, and anyone who tells you they're solutions is pulling your leg. The reality is costs need to come down to make housing supply come on and to make homes more affordable. And so this is the focus of the changes that we are making. So included in those changes will be, this is the low-medium residential zone, which makes up about 14% of the city. Included in those changes include the allowable building heights to be increased from 2 stories to 3 stories, and in some areas that are close to frequent public transport and also facilities such as shops, the height limit will go to 4 stories. Minimum block sizes will be reduced from 260 metres square to 120 metres square, which will bring down the cost of building new homes and allow more people and younger people and downsizers to get into the market. We know that at the moment a significant number of people are either in single homes, like single-person households or couple households. That makes up a significant proportion of the community, yet 70% of all housing stock in Brisbane is 3 bedrooms or more. And so once again, larger homes we're talking about. So there's a gap there for smaller homes and for people to have those homes at a more affordable cost. So the other thing we'll be doing is we'll be reviewing the parking requirements that we place on new homes to be built in the LMR zone and medium density zones and the other higher zones. And what we're doing is we're going to bring them more into line with surrounding council areas. And so surrounding council areas like the Gold Coast, Moreton Bay, Ipswich, Sunshine Coast as well, will have a more consistent approach. And so these changes together will help bring on, we estimate, at least 6,000 new homes between now and the Olympics in 2032. These are homes that are desperately needed. These are homes for young people. These are homes for downsizers. These are smaller and more affordable homes that can be built and will be built with these changes
Lord Mayor, your
coming in.
time has expired. Further questions, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, on the 21st of November, a 12-year-old boy was hit by a car while crossing Logan Road near Glindeman Park, where council has installed a new park and bike riding tracks without supporting active transport infrastructure to get there. And the current crossing, as I'm sure you're aware, is notorious for near misses. Councillor Krista Adams has told people that she asked you for funding for a pedestrian safety upgrade at this location and you refused to fund it. Lord Mayor, what price do you put on a child's life?
Lord Mayor.
Well, Councillor Cassidy, the claims you've made about what Councillor Adams has said are quite clearly false, because Councillor Adams would never have said something like that, because she always works productively and collaboratively.
One moment, Lord Mayor. Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Collier, I caution you about calling out. You've asked a question. Now the Lord Mayor is answering it, and he'll do it in silence. Lord Mayor.
As I was saying, Councillor Adams actually works collaboratively and positively to get outcomes for her community, and she certainly doesn't play politics, as we see you continue to do time and time again. What we know here is that the demand for people crossing the road at this location has increased significantly because we invested in the facilities in this park, which is a wonderful thing. But we also know that the accident that happened recently, which was, which no one wanted to see, and I know Councillor Adams has talked a number of times to the parents, the situation now needs to be reviewed, and we are absolutely going to do that review. The last review of this location was held a few years ago, and this has been a case where across the city, pedestrian crossings, and this particular one is an unusual setup. It's a zebra crossing, and over the years across the city, zebra crossings have largely been removed, and this is one that we were also open to reviewing and removing as well. And so we've asked for a new review to be conducted, and any safety recommendations that come out of this we'll absolutely take with the utmost seriousness. And so we absolutely believe
Councillor Griffiths, I caution you. That is inappropriate. It's inappropriate. No. Councillor?
It's a joke.
Yeah?
This reply too
Councillor Griffiths, you are displaying unsuitable meeting conduct and language, and in accordance with section 21(4) of the Meetings Local Law 2001, I hereby request you to stop calling out across the chamber and talking while I am. It's inappropriate. Let the Lord Mayor answer the question. You know that that is the protocol. Councillor. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. You know, we're proud of the fact that this playground and park has been invested in and is so much more popular now and is getting used by more people, and particularly families, particularly children. It's a wonderful thing. And so, of course, when you ask the question, will you review this particular crossing? Yes, absolutely. And if you ask the question, will we take on board the safety recommendations? Yes, absolutely. And if you ask the question, if there's funding required to make changes, well then absolutely we'll consider that. Absolutely. And so the reality is, while Labor tries to play politics with issues like this, we have hard-working and dedicated local councillors who are focused on getting solutions to challenges that arise. And Councillor Adams is one of those councillors, and everyone on the left-hand side of me and one to the right-hand side of me as well is focused on that approach as well. It's a positive approach, it's a constructive approach, and it's sad, it is sad that Labor once again chooses to play politics with a matter like this.
Further questions?
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
I move the suspension of standing orders to enable me to move a motion calling on Council to immediately fund an upgrade of the Logan Road and Gower Street intersection in Holland Park, and includes provisions for safe active travel infrastructure in future park planning designs.
Seconded.
So moved by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier to suspend standing orders. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 8 in favour and 16 against.
That is lost. Councillors, please resume your seats. Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Marx.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to the Chair of Environments, Parks and Sustainability Committee, Councillor Davis. Councillor Davis, the Shrinner Council is close to finishing the biggest change to waste services in Brisbane in decades. Can you please update the Chamber on the status of our green bin rollout?
Councillor Davis.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and through you I'd like to thank Councillor Marx for the question. Madam Chair, I am delighted to confirm that the delivery schedule for the rollout of the green bins is now complete. As you will recall, in June at the budget announcement, the Lord Mayor tabled a spectacular photo showing the stockpile of 150,000 green bins ready for delivery and visible from outer space. Well, Madam Chair, they're no longer visible from outer space en masse because they are now in the driveways and the garages and the backyards of homes right across Brisbane. This milestone marks the completion of a project that began back in August and formally wrapped up on Friday, with the final checks just taking place over the next couple of weeks. Madam Chair, this rollout has been a massive logistical effort. Since August, we've delivered around 10,000 bins a week, suburb by suburb, right across our city. Once a bin was delivered, the green waste recycling services began the following fortnight. Madam Chair, as Councillor Marks suggested, this initiative represents the most significant upgrade since yellow recycling bins were introduced back in 1993. And just as that reform transformed how we managed household waste, this rollout is delivering practical, city-shaping sustainability outcomes that residents overwhelmingly support. It's been great to hear some of the positive stories, Madam Chair, emerging from our community engagement sessions throughout the green bin rollout. Across Brisbane, residents have enthusiastically embraced the new bins, sharing their experiences and curiosity at our activation locations. Whether they're arriving with questions about their new green bin or they're participating in educational games at those locations or swapping tips on recycling, these events have sparked genuine excitement and understanding about green waste recycling. Our engagement activities have not only helped residents resolve any initial hesitations, but have also built a real sense of community around sustainability. And some of our younger residents are just excited that there's another big bin truck to wave each week. The feedback has been overwhelmingly positive, as I said, and it's clear that the conversations that we've been having with the community are helping make the green bin roll out a success for everybody that's been involved. This speaks volumes to our multi-pronged engagement approach, and I'd like to thank Councillor Hutton in her role as Chair, making sure that we delivered a comprehensive education campaign, including multilingual media and updates to the Brisbane Bin and Recycling app, as well as the community consultation events. And we have another 7 events planned in our libraries, scheduled for the school holidays, so there's more happening in January. Madam Chair, before the rollout, garden waste accounted for nearly a quarter of what was in our red top bins, and by diverting more of this material from landfill, we're reducing emissions, we're reducing costs and creating valuable products like mulch to improve soil quality. Last year alone, green bin users kept more than 45,000 tonnes of garden waste out of landfill, enough to fill City Hall 5 times over. The green bin rollout will see this number almost doubled as we divert up to 80,000 tonnes a year from landfill through these new green bins. By way of example, just in November past, even before all the bins had been serviced, we collected 2,000 tonnes more green waste and 2,000 tonnes less in our red top bins at the same time last year. So this is the equivalent of 33,000 fewer residential red wheelie bins going to landfill than the previous year. So the rollout is already having a significant and measurable impact. Every standalone dwelling across Brisbane now has access to a green bin unless they've chosen to opt out, and this includes the Department of Housing properties as well as rentals, removing some of the previous barriers that tenants had. So it's now standard that each home each single unit property can have 3 bins, and that's our red, yellow and now green bins. This reform is not just about the convenience of being able to have green waste collected from our verges, it's also about a meaningful impact. By reducing landfill volumes, we are countering the cost burden of the former Labor government's bin tax. This will save ratepayers up to $32 million over the next 5 years. Madam Chair, we promised to make Brisbane cleaner, greener and more sustainable, and we have delivered. It's a win for our residents, a win for our environment and a win for Brisbane's future. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further questions? Councillor Collier.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, last week we read about a Brisbane bus driver who said she planned her shift around where she could safely or comfortably use a toilet and often held it in for 5 hours to avoid using one at all. She said, the toilets are horrendous, they are dirty, the floors are covered in urine. She never had a UTI before she started driving a bus, and she has since now had 8 of them. Why are you making Brisbane's bus drivers pay the price for your LNP cuts?
Lord Mayor.
Well, this feedback from drivers is something that is taken up directly with management and something that we always expect them to respond to and respond to quickly and appropriately, and also with the backing of additional resources as well. And in fact, there's been over $3 million over the past 3 years invested on facility upgrades and improvements.
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Councillor Collier and Councillor Massey, I'll caution you, stop calling out. You've asked the question, Councillor Collier, now listen to the answer. Lord Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. And so we have more than 130 secure toilet facilities across the bus network for our drivers to access. And we're constantly not only cleaning those facilities, but also improving and upgrading those facilities. There's a well-used process in place to ensure that these issues are dealt with and responded to. And this is something that we have a high expectation of our management team to deal with, and it's something that they absolutely deal with and have continued to respond to. And so this is something that we're always happy to respond to and improve the funding and the support, improve the cleaning, and it's an ongoing process to identify if there's issues and where facilities need to be improved or where cleaning access needs to be improved and cleaning frequency needs to be improved. So I would simply say our bus drivers are absolutely doing a critical service. We want them to have the facilities to help them to do their job. And if for some reason they're not up to the cleanliness standards that are expected, then this is not something that we accept. We don't accept that, and we've made it very clear to the management of Transport for Brisbane that we need quick, decisive responses so that these issues are dealt with and responded to. I want to thank our drivers for the wonderful work they do, and also particularly want to thank the increasing number of women drivers in our network that are doing a great service, and we are here to support them. They are funded to be supported as well, and as I said, we have high expectations.
One moment, Lord Mayor. Councillor Cassidy, I'll caution you. I remind all councillors to not be calling out while someone else is on their feet, and if you have conversations that you need to have, please take them outside. Lord Mayor.
Yeah, as I was saying, Madam Chair, we have high expectations of the standards and our managers are aware of this and they're expected to act on this. And so this is an ongoing process. Does that mean that our drivers won't come across a toilet that isn't up to the standard of cleanliness that we expect? Well, no. Occasionally this does happen, and that happens in shopping centres, it happens in various locations, and the issue is whether there's a process in place to deal with that quickly and efficiently to make sure that the cleaning can occur. And we do have those processes, and they're continuing to be updated so that we can make sure we give the best possible facilities for our drivers, who we appreciate.
Further questions? Councillor Dixon.
My question is to the Acting Chair of the Infrastructure Committee, Councillor Parry. Councillor Parry, the Shrinner Council has committed to delivering more choice and convenient for residents paying for on-street parking via mobile apps. Can you please update the Chamber on the new pay-by-apps providers coming to Brisbane next year?
Councillor Parry.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank Councillor Dixon for the question. Madam Chair, the Shrinner Council believes in choice. In fact, we think that more choice is always a good thing. That's why we've introduced a new player into the Pay by App parking services in Brisbane. Beginning in March next year, Brisbane residents will have more choice. They'll be able to select between PayStay and our existing parking service provider, Cellopark, when they pay for parking across Brisbane. PayStay is an Australian-developed mobile parking app launched in 2014 and developed by Orican, a provider of smart parking solutions. PayStay offers simple, secure, mobile payment options that complement our existing services for Brisbane residents and visitors. The company's growth since 2014 reflects its reliability and popularity, hitting 1 million users in 2021, and it continues to expand across the country. The PayStay app is used in many urban areas as an established parking payment platform, including the City of Sydney, City of Yarra in Melbourne, Mornington Peninsula Shire in Victoria, North Sydney Council, Lane Cove Council, Randwick City Council and others. Closer to home, it's already being used by Griffith University right here in Brisbane. Madam Chair, we know this arrangement will benefit Brisbane consumers. More choice means more consumers can decide which app works best for them. It also means less risk if there's a temporary outage or any other unforeseen event. Madam Chair, we have always been committed to modernising service delivery across our great city. We believe in running towards the future rather than languishing in the past. Our city parking is no different. As technology develops, we'll always embrace it and help design solutions so that Brisbane residents can benefit. We know that people in this city are already embracing technology. More and more people are using pay-by apps to pay for their parking. Since its introduction in 2009, the pay-by-app service has grown massively. First used by early adopters, it now accounts for more than half of Brisbane's 4.5 million transactions. We've also seen credit card transactions at our physical parking meters decline by 18% since 2020. People that use pay-by-app parking do it because it's easy. They also know they can simply hit stop on their phones when they're done and never overpay for parking. Madam Chair, I for one am glad that the guessing game of how long it will take for my foils to develop while I sit in the hairdresser's chair has been confined to history, and I won't need to run out in my gown anymore. No more will I worry about it overdeveloping or getting a parking fine for overstaying. It's just a straightforward click of the button on the phone when I'm done. Of course, Brisbane's existing network of over 7,000 physical machines will still be available for those who choose to pay physically. But as app-only spaces continue to grow, this will naturally reduce Council's $1.7 million a year maintenance bill on our machines. Madam Chair, the Shrinner Council has made all of this happen by embracing markets. When we went to the market looking for another pay-by-app supplier, we designed a tender that asked for the very best. By putting together all of these offers, we were able to select the most compelling tenders for Brisbane ratepayers. Cellopark and PayStay provided the best value for money and an excellent service proposition. Of course, Madam Chair, Council still regulates the prices residents are charged for parking. We will always protect residents and will never permit price gouging. We'll work with private providers to deliver better services while still putting in place key guardrails to protect residents and visitors. This has always been the Shrinner Council way. We've said that we'll work with private companies that have great services that will benefit Brisbane, but we'll do it in a reasonable way and regulate the way they operate. This balanced and nuanced approach always gets the best value for Brisbane. Sadly, it's something our opponents have been reluctant to embrace. Madam Chair, residents can look forward to PayStay going live from March next year. In the meantime, Cellopark's service is already available for customers. Brisbane is a growing city, and motorists want simpler and more reliable ways to pay for their parking. We know that residents increasingly prefer digital payment methods. It's the future, Madam Chair, and we need to embrace it. This change will deliver better and easier parking services for residents and visitors alike. The Shrinner Council is choosing to embrace technology. We're not languishing in the past, and it's this city that will be the winner. Madam Chair, it's one of the many ways that we are keeping Brisbane moving.
Further questions? Councillor Chong-Wah.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. This Brisbane City Council LNP administration set targets to reduce carbon emissions by at least 30% by 2031-32 from 2016-17 levels, and also achieve net zero emissions by 2050. On the 18th of November, here in these chambers, Councillor Tracy Davies, Chair of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee, stated that LNP administration were committed to these targets. However, we know that after 8 years of implementing this target, the Council's carbon emissions have not decreased, but actually increased by 3%. Lord Mayor, in light of the federal Liberal National Coalition and the Queensland State Liberal National Party government dropping all of their net zero targets, my question to the Lord Mayor is, through the Chair, are you and this LNP Council administration just paying lip service to your own net zero targets, and are they in fact just greenwash as usual from a Liberal National Party that clearly doesn't care about devastating climate change impacts on the people of Brisbane?
Before I call you Lord Mayor, can I just remind councillors that to try and keep your questions as succinct as possible? Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Look, that's a wonderful question, because it provides me with the opportunity to talk about all the amazing things that have been done to reduce emissions. And now it's quite clear that Councillor Chongwa didn't write that question. Someone else wrote it for her. Because in this very council chamber, we have discussed the issue of the recent, I guess, change to the trend. The overall trend is a reduction in emissions, but the last report we had, there was a change to that trend simply because of the scale of construction to create green infrastructure. So emissions went temporarily up because we built a metro and a green bridge, both of which are sustainable infrastructure which reduce long-term emissions for the community, but during construction generated a short blip in emission increases. But overall, the trend has been downwards, and it will keep going downwards. Why it will keep going downwards? Because we're building more green and sustainable infrastructure. We've had more than 3 million people cross the Kangaroo Point Bridge. That's 3 million people that weren't driving a car to get to the city. We've had more than 5 million trips on the Brisbane Metro. That's more than 5 million people who weren't driving a car and adding to emissions. And so we are proud of our investment, because by investing now and the construction generating a short blip in emissions, we get a long-term reduction in emissions for our city. I can say we are absolutely committed to our emission reduction targets. We are committed to reducing our emissions by 2032 by 30%, and we're working hard to do that across all of council. Whether that is improving the sustainability of our assets and infrastructure, whether it is replacing an ongoing program to replace streetlights with the old streetlights to new energy efficient streetlights, adding solar power to so many of our buildings, including new depots like the Brisbane Metro depot and so many other council buildings. Whether it is our ongoing improvements in recycling as well, where we actually recycle a lot of road materials through our road resurfacing program, so that we're not using virgin quarry materials, and in fact we're recycling. We know that electric vehicles, electric buses are part of the equation as well, something that Labor criticised just last week in this council chamber. Councillor Davis just talked about the rollout of green bins, which is all about reducing waste to landfill and reducing the emissions out of landfill. So there are so many things going on, and we are absolutely committed to our targets of reducing emissions. And, you know, other levels of government talk, they argue, they debate about targets for years. We just get on and do it. We get on to deliver improvements when it comes to sustainability, when it comes to the efficiency of infrastructure, whether it comes to better public transport, and more walking and cycling infrastructure that helps reduce emissions. And it's not just the council facilities as well. We're supporting the rollout of solar panels on community clubs as well. And there's programs that we're working on to do that. And so we are absolutely committed because we are focused on outcomes, and other levels of government just want to debate endlessly about targets and, you know, not actually do anything. We saw a federal government, for example, promising, not at the last election, but the election before, to roll out community batteries, right? And they completely botched the program, so much so that they tried to blame local government for it. They had delivered a fraction of the community batteries. And you know why this project was failing? Because they didn't bother to consult any residents about the project. And so they put community batteries in the wrong places, they didn't consult local residents, and then they tried to blame local councils for this. This goes to show the difference between the different levels of government. One level does things, the other levels of government, particularly the federal level, talks about big, bold targets, but everything that they've been doing so far is all about driving up electricity prices, which is the only thing they've delivered. But they haven't been able to deliver the projects that they said they would deliver, whereas
Lord
we,
Mayor,
on the
your
other hand,
time has
continue to deliver.
expired. Further questions? Councillor Adaman.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Customer Services Committee. Councillor Hutton, we all love Brisbane's vibrant outdoor lifestyle. With summer here, can you please update the Chamber on how we are working to make sure that Brisbane residents stay safe while taking a dip this summer?
Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Chair, and through you I'd like to thank Councillor Adaman for the question. Chair, at the heart of our pool safety program is one simple goal: keeping kids safe around water. As Brisbane enjoys another warm summer, now is the time for every family to make sure that their backyard pool is secure and ready for kids, friends and visitors. Backyard pools are a much-loved part of our lifestyle, but they carry real and sometimes devastating risks, something I know too personally. I asked the Chamber to cast their mind back to 1988, when flares were a thing and pool safety was definitely non-existent. A little girl fell into her backyard pool while her dad was mowing his front lawn. She flailed in the water for what felt like an eternity. No fence, no barrier, no warning. Her dad eventually walked around the backyard and saw the splashing. He ran and pulled his fully clothed toddler out of the pool. Madam Chair, that little girl was me, and my dad to this day still struggles with pool safety. Chair, I was incredibly lucky. But tragically, not every family is. And that is why this program truly matters. This is not about regulation for regulation's sake. It's about preventing that moment of terror for another family. Between 2019 and 2023, 31 children aged between 1 and 4 drowned. Nearly half of those tragedies happened in backyard pools, and in more than 90% of cases, the fence or gate simply wasn't compliant. Not broken beyond repair, often just propped open, not self-closing, or blocked by something climbable. Pool safety is everyone's responsibility, and most issues are small fixes with big consequences. A pot plant moved away from a fence, a latch replaced, a gate that finally swings shut every time. The tiny actions save lives. Chair, our officers are not there to catch people out. They are there to help. They provide education first, explaining standards, walking residents through risks, and identifying simple improvements that immediately make a pool safer. Brisbane has around 95,000 backyard pools, and with so many young families, proactive inspections are essential. But we also want to ensure that our efforts are directed to where the safety risks are potentially at their highest. That's why, Chair, we are incorporating critical information from the QBCC into our pool safety program. This includes the age of the pool, whether its pool safety certificate is current, the type of pool structure, and other key indicators that help us understand how the pool area is ageing and whether it may need additional support. This information gives us a clearer picture, a genuine safety metric that helps us identify where children may be at risk. It ensures our officers prioritise inspections where they can make the biggest difference in strengthening barriers and preventing harm. We are simply using the best information available to help keep kids safe. Chair, our message to residents this summer is very clear. Enjoy your pool, but
Don't assume it is safe. Check it. 3 simple steps make an enormous difference. Make sure your gate is self-closing and self-latches every single time. Remove anything climbable near the fence: pot plants, chairs, toys, boxes, and even tree branches. Never prop open the gate, not even for a moment. Supervision is always the first line of defence, but fencing is the last. Even the most attentive parent can be distracted for just a few seconds. This program ensures that when that moment happens, the barriers stand strong. Chair, this is a partnership with our residents. We want every family, especially those with young children, to feel confident that their pool is safe. Our officers are here to educate, support and guide, not penalise. Backyard pools should be a place of joy, not heartbreak. Through proactive checks and a strong focus on child safety, we are doing everything we can to keep Brisbane families safe this summer. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further questions? Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. The original cost for the Story Bridge business case contract was $4.5 million, which remains on the federal government's website. Then your budget release quotes it as $5 million. The contract before us today says that the cost for the consultancy fee is for $6.1 million. Why did you fail to mention this to the people of Brisbane until today?
Lord Mayor.
Well, there's something else that's been failed to mention to the people of Brisbane, and that is the overall budget for the Story Bridge this year is actually well under because the installation of the footpaths happened faster than was planned. The team did an amazing job and in fact came in several $1 million under budget. And so before you go trying to mislead the people of Brisbane, as you are wont to do, how about the full picture here? And so we know that when it comes to the Labor Party's approach on the Story Bridge, that they are all about gilding the lily, they are all about ignoring the facts, they are all about ignoring the figures and peddling a political line which is false. And we've seen that happen just again over the weekend where they tried to suggest that somehow the project for the Story Bridge was over budget. It is not. It is under budget. And in fact, the savings from the faster than anticipated installation of the new deck will more than cover the business case cost.
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Councillor Strunk, I warn you, and Councillor Collier. That's the second time. We'll just wait for you to be quiet, councillors. Lord Mayor.
And so, and not only will the funding from the faster than anticipated delivery of the replacement footpaths cover the cost of the business case, there'll be money left over. There will actually be money left over. But you won't hear Labor talking about that because the facts never matter. The figures never matter. All it is about peddling misinformation out there in the community, and they are the experts of that. They are all one-person misinformation machines, and we see them. Look, and in the end, right, the reality is what has happened here is that we went out to tender. And this is the outcome of a competitive tender process. And so, look, you know, in the end, the market...
One moment, Lord Mayor. Councillor Cassidy, I caution you. It's your question and the Lord Mayor is answering it, so probably listening would be good. Councillor Collier. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. As I was saying, the market was put to the test in a highly competitive manner. Multiple companies bid on this work. and this was the best possible outcome out of that competitive tender process. Now, it shouldn't be a surprise to anyone who has tried to do any significant work in recent years that costs continue to increase. And in fact, we just saw in the latest inflation figures, inflation is heading up again. Despite the federal government previously claiming victory and saying everything's under control, well, no, costs continue to rise. And that affects projects big and small. It affects all kinds of issues when it comes to the provision of major projects and engineering and support work. And as I said, we had a competitive tender process, the market was tested, and this was the outcome. But ultimately, I'm pleased to announce that the Story Bridge project for this year is under budget, and we expect it to remain under budget. Thank you, Madam.
Councillors, that now ends. Councillor Collier.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, Madam Chair. I have 3 people who've applied to speak, and none of them have heard from you for over 8 weeks. I was wondering if you could give me an indication of when those people would be able to speak, because they're very keen to speak to the Chamber about the cuts in their bus services.
Thank you, Councillor. I get many requests for people to speak, and we'll get to them in due course. Councillors, Lord Mayor, Establishment and Coordination Committee report of the 24th of November 2025.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting held on Monday, 24th of November 2025 be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by the Lord Mayor and seconded by the Deputy Mayor that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting dated Monday, 24th of November 2025 be adopted. Lord Mayor.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Could I ask that item A be taken seriatim for debate, and items B, C and F be taken as a group for debate, leaving D and E as a group for debate? We can deal with voting throughout the debate,
Yep.
I think.
Lord Mayor, item A.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, Madam Chairman, I'm seeking the further following information with respect to item F, which is the contracts and tendering report. The contracts and tendering report refers to contract number 3, EPPM, Enterprise Project Portfolio Management Solution, Implementation, Enhancement and Support Services. It's a bit of a word salad, so perhaps the Lord Mayor could tell us, provide us with a scope or a description of the $1.661 million contract being issued, and contract 4, which is for a service level agreement framework development and implementation support for $467,000. That's contract 4. Could the Lord Mayor please provide a description of what the consulting services are actually for? KPMG is delivering them, but what is the purpose and scope of the project?
Lord Mayor, item A, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before we address the items, I just wanted to, as I always do, talk about the lighting up of the council assets this week. It's some very important milestones and days that we're lighting up the assets to support. Last night, our assets were lit up in red, and that includes the Story Bridge, Victoria Bridge as well, to support World AIDS Day, which is held the 1st of December every year to support those living with HIV, remember those who have died of AIDS, and to raise funds to support the eradication of this disease. Tonight, all our assets will be lit red again, this time for a different reason, to support the Young Care Christmas Appeal, raising funds to help young people living with disability have a festive holiday season. Tomorrow, the assets will be lit up in blue, green and orange to support International Day of People with a Disability, the United Nations Observed Day, aimed at increasing public awareness, understanding and acceptance of people with a disability. On Thursday, the light-ups will be purple, yellow, green and pink to support World Chromosome 18 Day, celebrating individuals affected by chromosome 18 abnormalities and also their families. On Friday, our assets will be lit in green and gold because it's the Ashes test at the Gabba, and obviously we're all hoping for a great outcome there. But on the weekend, our assets will be lit in red and green because they are the colours of Christmas, and Christmas, the city has come alive for Christmas. Both here in the CBD with all the wonderful events that are happening and the activations, but also across the suburbs as well with many events that we're supporting. The school holidays have either just started or are just around the corner, depending on the schools. But for all of the grade 12 students who have finished their year, I want to congratulate them and wish them all the best for the future. What an incredibly important milestone. And one thing that we hope for them is that they will go on to achieve their dreams, but they will go on to achieve their dreams here in Brisbane. And it is a city that we aspire to make sure that for people to do well and have a great life, that they don't have to leave. Now, in the past, that may not have always been the case, but it is definitely changing each year for the better, and there's more and more opportunities here, and I wish them all the success for the future and for whatever they might go on to do. I have a tip. Might not be immediately obvious, but become a tradie and you will make a mozza and there will always be work for you. And that is just my free advice. We have a whole range of Christmas events programmed throughout the city, but they're not just Christmas themed as well. We even have BMX bike skills workshops held at pump tracks across the city. There's a program at the Visible Inc. Youth Hub as well. Active and healthy classes, over 180 free and low-cost sessions from tennis to fishing. At our libraries, there's a whole range of events, more than 220 of them. There's things to do at the planetarium, in the Botanic Gardens, at the Museum of Brisbane, at the Brisbane Powerhouse, and I could go on for a long time listing them all, but there's a lot happening that we're supporting. So, Madam Chair, what's on the agenda today? More homes. What was on the agenda last week? More homes. What was on the agenda the week before? More homes. What will be on the agenda next week? More homes. And item A, the Fortitude Valley Sustainable Growth Precinct, is another location where we're undertaking a planning exercise to make sure that we can have more homes. And it's also a location that has great access to transport and facilities and infrastructure and certainly can accommodate more homes, but also an area that has particular locations that are ripe for renewal and revitalisation. And some of those locations immediately come to mind, and we'd love to see investment in the area to create more homes in a time when we need more homes of all kinds. We need more homes close to the inner city and apartments and high-rise. We also need more homes in the suburbs, and we're working on all of those areas to make sure that we can have more homes. Just recently, there was a report in the national media, and that report said that the surefire way to make sure that homes are more affordable for people is building more homes. And in fact, they even put a number on it. Across Australia, 1.7 to 1.9 million homes are required as soon as possible. Now, that's going to take all levels of government to do their part because all levels of government are involved in this space. And it's going to take more homes of all kinds to be built. And so we need to do things differently, and the Brisbane City Council and my team is absolutely dedicated to making sure we continue to update our planning, we continue to update our processes, we continue to look for more opportunities to help support more homes. But as I said earlier, more homes won't be delivered by taxing home builders more. More homes won't be delivered by harebrained ideas like rent freezes, which actually suck all the investment out of the market. If you're a property investor that had rental properties and the government decided to freeze the rent, what would you do? Well, first of all, you certainly wouldn't invest more money into property because if there's no return on the asset, why would you invest in it? You'd invest in shares, you'd invest in something else. We've seen that happen all around the world. It is a harebrained idea. It is a simplistic solution to a complex problem which actually has the opposite effect. It backfires and creates more problems. That is official Greens policy and it will not work. Forcing more costs onto home builders, forcing more mandatory requirements onto home builders, surprisingly, that doesn't bring the cost down, it pushes the cost up. 5% home loans does not bring the cost down, it pushes the cost up. And so wouldn't it be nice if someone was doing something to bring the cost down? Well, we are. The Brisbane City Council and my team is doing that. We're working hard to bring the cost down. And we do that through changes to what is permitted in zones that can accommodate more density and more dwellings and more homes at different scales. And whether it's in Fortitude Valley or whether it's in the low-medium zone, like I mentioned earlier, we urgently need more homes. But those homes won't be delivered by forcing the cost of construction and development up. They will only be delivered by relieving the cost pressures on those homes. But what we're doing here is taking advantage of the great infrastructure, the inner city location, the opportunity for renewal that exists in Fortitude Valley. It's also worth noting that this is a precinct which is not only right next to the CBD, it's right next to the wonderful Victoria Park Olympic precinct that will be created as well. It is in a prime location to deliver thousands of more homes. The last Fortitude Valley plan was around 15 years old, and so it needs to be updated, and we're progressively working through different locations across the city where we can accommodate more homes. This item will see the plan referred to the state, requesting a streamlined process and approval to prepare specific amendments. It will then come back again to the chamber. It will go to the community as well for consultation. And then, as we've said as well in the past with previous planning amendments, our aim is to get this done quickly because we know that the need for more homes is right now. It is not something that we can allow to drag on for 3 or 4 years. It needs to be done as quickly as possible. We certainly would seek the state government's support to do that, and we would also seek the community's support to do this. And while we know that any planning change can come with pushback, and some of that pushback is organic community pushback, some of that pushback is completely manufactured by the Labor Party and the Greens. But we know that if you push back against new homes, you are a NIMBY and you don't want to see young people moving into homes. That is the reality. If you want to be honest, if you are someone who pushes back against more development and more homes, then you've really got to ask yourself whether you support young people getting into homes, because the actions of opposing development are counterproductive.
For an extension, Madam Chair.
Has been moved for an extension by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Dixon. Okay. Further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. And first of all, I would like to, and I think on behalf of my team here, offer a heartfelt congratulations on the Lord Mayor attending work today. Yes. It's a rare occurrence we see him in the chamber, so good to hear him talk on some of the E&C and share some of his thoughts about, we'll see whether he stays after the afternoon tea break, but some of his thoughts about housing affordability here in Brisbane and some of his things that he makes up in his head and sometimes verbalises in the chamber here today. And what we have before us today is an update to a neighbourhood plan that was last updated in 2010. Now, I agree with the Lord Mayor in that Fortitude Valley should be ripe for renewal, should be the first place that we engage this process to look at how you get some of those land banked and derelict places redeveloped into decent neighbourhoods and communities. But why the hell has it taken the LNP 14 years to think about updating the neighbourhood plan here? And so I understand now, as time's gone on over the last few weeks and we've been having these debates, I understand now why Councillor Allen came to that moment on his Damascene moment, his road to Damascus conversion, where he said neighbourhood plans haven't done anybody any good under the LNP.
That's what he said.
And now we're finally piecing it all together here and understanding when we look at the LNP's track record after their 2 decades of decline in office before us today. So the last time this neighbourhood plan updated, 2010, an awful lot has changed since that time. Bars and nightclubs have changed hands over the years. A couple of new towers have entered the neighbourhood there, and the train station's been renovated. We've certainly seen that. The Fortitude Music Hall, of course, undoubtedly the highlight for many locals and visitors, given its central location. Council claims this plan will update the Fortitude Valley and Spring Hill neighbourhood plans, considering the 2032 Games delivery plan. Surely that would mean an aggressive delivery of a mix of housing catering to a various wide range of income levels, and the support of infrastructure and services from a council to support it. Wouldn't you think? But I guess our lesson is don't hold your breath, because the only significant new builds over the past 10 years don't align with an affordable and equitable neighbourhood. New towers, which are either just office space, such as the one beside the Jubilee on St Paul's Terrace, or a mix of tourist and luxury accommodation from the Peppers Resort on St Paul's Terrace and Brunswick Street. Seriously, $680 a week for a one-bedroom apartment isn't all that affordable, Lord Mayor. Despite these new towers and limited changes, Fortitude Valley is still visibly under strain from a tired old council that's neglected its people, its culture and the creative economy, let alone the Story Bridge, which sits alongside it, that connects it to the south side. And we'll have plenty more to say about that a bit later on. The old Life Factory, famous for its holographic picture of Jesus and Satan in an arm wrestle, as well as several other old shops and haunts along Wickham Street, are still shuttered up. Unused, undeveloped jobs and opportunities under lock and key. The Lord Mayor says, don't worry, the developers will save us all. Empty blocks of land remain undeveloped for years as this LNP regime takes their hands off the wheel, and we inherited a part-time Lord Mayor letting landlords land bank with impunity, Chair. The Lord Mayor thinks it's okay for these landholders to land bank for years on end, leveraging the increased value of those vacant lots so they can go and do other interesting things with their businesses as well. Now, the LNP have said during these debates over the last few weeks that the feasibility of construction is not there, but we do see $100 million builds on Racecourse Road, and as we heard this morning in the City Planning Committee, 21 bedroom units popping out of the ground in Zilmere next year. So development is feasible in some instances for those smaller scale developments, I guess, as well. And then we have Councillor Allen sort of cry poor on behalf of larger scale developers who he says are up against it. Lendlease made a profit of $260 million last year. Mirvac, $550 million net profit last year. CPB, $567 million net profit last year, and $858 million the year before. Yeah. It's no secret that building in Brisbane, of course, is expensive. Yesterday, I read about a development in Newstead where each unit works out to cost about $2.5 million each, because they are designed as luxury units and they're designed as a luxury product going into the market. The cost will come down by building high. There's economies of scale, of course, but when you see large-scale construction companies making profits like we just talked about before in the midst of a very difficult market, we're told, it does tell you something about what's going wrong in the industry. But if we're going to get serious about including affordable housing, community housing and social housing, then we need a council to lead by example and advocate to the state government to step up with a financial commitment. We know the federal government is committed with the Housing Australia Future Fund that can be tapped into, as are institutional investors like superannuation funds. Council does have levers at its disposal to create an environment where construction is viable, but they're not pulling them. The roads and footpaths are tired and worn out. The intersection of St Paul's Terrace and Barry Parade and Brunswick Street is a heat trap, let alone a bottleneck. I drive through there as I leave council meetings or the city more generally, and get stuck in that bottleneck myself. And sometimes you look over at that little park, the little pocket park that was known as the Lounge, over on your left there as you're leaving, at the Valley Five Ways. It once had shady trees, several benches and grass, and now, of course, it's a heat island. The LNP allegedly did an upgrade this year, starting works in April and finishing in July, and Councillor Howard described it as a revival in the Soviet style. And what did that Soviet revival of the Lounge involve? New light bulbs and two skinny little trees. A far cry from what that place looked like as far back as 2009. And mind you, I can't blame council officers, of course, who got the brief from Councillor Howard. A couple of pixelated trees cut and pasted into a photo is just basically how it looks. They look like graphics from GTA 3. Of course, it's not surprising from the LNP to see that result as a revival there, because they are the kings of hostile city planning and architecture. We just have to go out the front to King George Square for their piece de resistance.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor.
Will Councillor Cassidy take a question?
Councillor, will you take a question?
No, not from someone who bullies me.
No. Thank you, Councillor. No,
Wow.
Councillor Adams, sorry. Councillor Cassidy.
Still waiting for that apology. So this council policy comes at a time which persists today, and it's to make the environment hostile to those who are down on their luck. And what an abysmal failure that has been for the City of Brisbane. Not only cruel, but simply ineffective in what it tried to achieve anyway. This plan claims to reinforce Fortitude Valley as a mixed-use destination, unlocking opportunities for employment and housing, supporting day and night economies, including live music, very importantly, improving connectivity, increasing density and achieving high-quality design. So the question still remains, as we go back to the original point, why didn't they start this work 10 years ago? The Valley has suffered under 2 decades of decline under this LNP regime. How can the community have faith in anything will change until the leadership of this city changes? We do need to pull together to get people into housing, and the housing that they need in communities that they love. The nighttime economy across Brisbane is in decline, particularly in inner city areas, as we've been reading about recently. And of course, that's most sorely felt by creatives, workers and business owners in Fortitude Valley. The next generation is coming through and they have different attitudes to those that previous generations have had about enjoying those spaces. So it is imperative we build a unique neighbourhood that supports innovators, creators and entrepreneurs that want to bring more choice and variety to the 24/7 economy. And it does not help those businesses of the future that are not getting value for money from this regime, whether it's the multi-million-dollar dunny in Brunswick Street Mall, or the multi-million-dollar temporary dunny that was there before that, or small business fees and charges skyrocketing. Not to mention the Valley down on the river, a property sale smashed new records, $25 million. Rare in a prime location, but you know what they say, a rising tide lifts all boats, and what we are seeing in that part of the world is not contributing to housing affordability, unfortunately.
Councillor Cassidy, your time has expired.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Collier.
Chair, I move for an extension.
Second.
It's been moved for an extension by Councillor Collier and seconded by Councillor Strunk. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against no. The ayes have it. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. And the Lord Mayor talked about the challenges in the construction industry. We're all very aware of that. Workforce shortages is a major one. Reports out suggest that in the run to the Olympics and Paralympic Games here in 2032, we're going to need to find around 300,000 additional workers to work in the construction space. And those estimates obviously are going to be even harder to fill when we see the massive stadium that the Christofouli government promised they wouldn't build in Victoria Park and now will, as well as the second stadium for the aquatic centre, all putting pressure on a construction industry and labour force shortages that, the Lord Mayor said when he got up there's going to be more houses every week, more houses, more houses, more houses. They're not coming out of the ground. And when the Deputy Premier was questioned about this, he just sort of said he'd beg, borrow and steal from anywhere, import workers, do anything. Thoughts and prayers are not a plan to make sure that we, as a result of the Olympic and Paralympic Games, don't become one of the world's most unaffordable cities. We need to have a line in the sand, put a stake in the ground, and be serious about this as a council. So to that end, I'd like to move an amendment to this item. I move that after point 2, a new point at point 3 is inserted that reads, Council ensures this precinct plan seeks long-term community benefits by including affordable housing with definitive targets and encourages the Queensland Government to provide supportive housing models in the precinct.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier to amend Clause A with the following. After point 2, insert a new point 3 that reads, Council ensures this precinct plan seeks long-term community benefits by including affordable housing with definitive targets and encourages the Queensland Government to provide supportive housing models in the precinct. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. We're moving this amendment today because people are not naive about the reality of today's housing market. The Lord Mayor loves to talk ad nauseum about his travels around the world, Singapore, New York, Dubai, so on. But what he doesn't mention is that while these places have a lot of supply, they are not known for being affordable. Lifetime renting is the norm for many in these places. We as a city must stop and ask ourselves if this is what we want for Brisbane. If we can really just trust developers acting alone to create an equitable housing market. Because let's face it, developers are private businesses. Their leadership must create strong returns for investors and shareholders, and that is their priority. That's not controversial. But our priority as city leaders should be delivering an equitable housing market for different income brackets. I've talked about Peppers earlier. I also want to raise the case of the Utopia building on Wickham Street back in 2023. This council claimed to have a strategy to reduce the amount of Airbnbs. Instead, they allowed Utopia's building management to deny hundreds of tenants a lease renewal as their rental would be converted to short-stay accommodation. A despicable decision at any time, let alone during a housing crisis that was unfolding. So this is why we need targets. We need to send a signal to the market. Just because Fortitude Valley is high density, we should not assume that it is any less immune from high property prices. How much would this amendment cost council? Well, nothing. Same goes for lobbying the Queensland Government to provide supportive housing models with funding that include affordable housing targets in new projects under their PDAs for Bowen Hills and Hurston. What we are calling for are targets that we can work towards. It sets a clear line in the sand that Brisbane should be a city for all. Currently, we know the Christofouli government is scrapping affordable housing targets and social housing projects, and not because there weren't DAs, in Kurilpa and in Woolloongabba. In fact, there were half a dozen between the two, more than half a dozen between the two. And just yesterday we saw the December prop track report detailing how unit prices swelled by $57,400 each to reach $713,000. The choice for Brisbane is becoming even clearer at every level of government now. Labor, with plans to build social housing, to finance community housing projects, to include targets for genuinely affordable housing in PDAs and TLPIs, or the LNP way, to give private luxury developers free rein, to exploit this crisis to maximise profits at any cost to the community. Of course, the LNP would love nothing more than high-value land and apartments, because that means more revenue through rates, of course, fees and charges as well, to cover their financial failures and spend big on the perks of political office. So after 20 years of decline under this LNP regime, it's time for a different approach. We want these guidelines included into City Plan as a first step for affordable housing, and supportive housing must be built into the zoning as well. That's what Council can do. But the key stakeholders for the LNP are now just landowners and the development industry, not the people of Brisbane. We know this LNP regime are not doing any more for the community housing sector than they are for developers building luxury homes. So we're offering this amendment as a change for the LNP. So they can change their ways and start putting the community first. I commend the amendment.
Further speakers to the amendment. Councillor
Thank
Allen.
you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak to the amendment. And as we've said in this chamber before, putting in place conditions, restrictive conditions, is not the way to stimulate supply. The Lord Mayor was up earlier today talking about an initiative that we're looking to pursue to bring about more housing across our middle ring suburbs, across our city, at price points that are more affordable than some of the product that's being built, particularly in locations like South Brisbane. So we already know that when you start to layer conditions onto development, it actually stymies development. And that was evidenced in the Gabba PDA. And ultimately, the government made a decision to remove some of those restrictions to bring about housing. Now, our position's been pretty clear. We have a very strong commitment to bringing on more supply in as many locations across the city as we can, with as many different topologies at as many different price points as we can. So it is all about supply. It's not about putting in place constricted conditions that are going to slow down the delivery of housing. And it's interesting that Councillor Cassidy should be making this point in the chamber today, because we didn't hear this sort of angle while the Miles government was in power. So this is only a recent sort of idea that he's pursued. And I thought it was kind of ironic in a way that we sat through a committee presentation this morning where we were shown a development that was delivering 20 one-bedroom apartments out in Zilmia in his ward that will certainly be at the affordable end of the spectrum, and that's happened without any restrictions being put in place. So this is one of the things, you know, the market does what the market does, and there's nothing that's likely to emerge in this Fortitude Valley precinct plan that would restrict either the state government coming in and building social housing, or alternatively a CHP acquiring a site to build social housing. And we would support CHPs in Fortitude Valley with application discounts and infrastructure charge reduction or removal. So, you know, what Councillor Cassidy is proposing is actually to stymie development, the very thing that we as an administration are trying to support in order to bring on additional housing. So his suggestion, his motion, has no economic foundation. It's fanciful, and I move that the motion now be put.
Seconded.
Councillor Massey. It has been moved by Councillor Allen, seconded by Councillor Dixon, that the motion, the amendment now be put. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 17 in favour and 7 against.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Councillor Cassidy, your right of reply.
Thanks, Chair. Aren't they brave, those LNP councillors, in debating what is a very important idea and something that really shows your values. I understand why you wouldn't want too many LNP councillors speaking on something like that, because central casting talking points might slip out. And we have the knight in shining armour for the development industry, Councillor Allen, riding to their defence. And saying what would be talking points from very profitable developers in saying that having targets, aspirational targets at a council level are, according to the LNP, strict conditions. Talk about political spin when you don't support affordable housing, you don't support a genuine mix of housing, and you want to shut it down and talk down to it and punch down on people. You start using terms like they're strict conditions that will restrict development. Now, let's remember, Councillor Allen said it again, which is a complete mistruth, that there wasn't interest in the Woolloongabba PDA, which included affordable housing targets. There were 3 DAs lodged for that, and then the LNP came to power and said, oh geez, they don't like that affordable housing. Let's scrap those targets altogether, and then those developers can just not have to deliver it. And we know that the LNP were running around telling developers before they were elected that they were going to be changing that. So don't push too hard in getting approval for your projects, because those affordable housing targets will just be removed. And let's just have a little bit of a think about the Woolloongabba PDA. These are the same people, Chair, that moved a motion in this council chamber trying to find some sort of political wedge.
Point of order, Councillor Adams.
I thought we were talking about the Valley Sustainable Precinct, not the Woolloongabba PDA.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. If you can come back to the amendment motion.
I'm just responding to comments that Councillor Allen made in debate. And so it's important to understand this. This council, when it was politically expedient for them, led by the LNP, moved a motion calling on the state government to include 30% affordable housing in state government PDA areas. I wonder what happened to make them change their position. They got their marching orders from their bosses up in the state government, didn't you? You all did. Yeah. You all did. You're all the same. You're all the same. Crisafulli gets in, Blade gets in, they say, no more of this playing around. You know, sorry, LNP at a council level, you can't pretend to be as progressive as you were pretending to be. You've got to pull that support for affordable housing. And the Lord Mayor rolled over. Yep. What kind of cheerleader for an affordable city is he? When he just says to Jared Blay and David Crisafulli, yes, sir, I'll do whatever you want me to do. What a disgusting joke that is on the people of Brisbane, to have somebody like that roll over for their LNP masters. These aren't strict conditions. What we're talking about is setting some aspirational targets. Saying to young people that are stuck in a trap of renting that is escalating another 17% this year, we have an aspiration for you as a council that you might one day be able to buy a home here in Brisbane. And the other part of this amendment, very simply, was for this council to be an advocate for supportive housing. Now, I don't know, the Lord Mayor doesn't talk a lot about supportive housing. I wonder whether he has been to Common Ground and has seen the work that's done there at Common Ground with this wraparound support services of MICA. That's not just life-changing, that's life-saving housing. Now, we know of the 300 or 400 people that are experiencing entrenched homelessness in Brisbane who need that level of support to make the transition from sleeping in a tent in Musgrave Park to housing. That is what they need. Yep. They don't need the cops. They don't need bulldozers and skip bins. They need supportive housing. What is so wrong with this council advocating to the state government for more funding here in Brisbane? Why won't they do it? What is wrong with this, Lord Mayor?
We'll now put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The noes have it. Division called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 8 in favour and 17 against.
That is lost. Councillors, please resume your seats. Further speakers to item A, please. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and of course it's indeed my pleasure to rise in support of item A. And it's also always very interesting to hear the leader of the anti-development regime carry on about things he knows nothing about. So, Madam Chair, through you, I was elected in 2012, which is after 2010, and prior to me, there were years and years and years and years, in fact, more than 20 years of ALP neglect. And it is only this administration that has done anything in the Fortitude Valley area to make it the beautiful, thriving metropolis that it is. And I am very, very, very proud of all of the work that has been done by this administration over those years. And we now have a wonderful precinct in the Valley, which of course we're about to have a little bit of a look at in terms of sustainable growth. And can I say, Madam Chair, through you, that the leader of the anti-development regime talked a lot about, you know, how sad and tired and everything it was. And, well, you know, we've upgraded the Brunswick Street Mall. We upgraded the Duncan Street Mall. The Fortitude Valley, the Fortitude Music Hall is one of the most vibrant areas.
One moment, please, Councillor Howard, because Councillor Collier and Councillor Cassidy are calling out, and I have asked you to stop doing that today. I consider that you are displaying unsuitable meeting conduct. And in accordance with section 21(4) of the Meetings Local Law, I request you again to stop calling out across the chamber. Councillor Howard.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. As I was saying, the leader of the anti-development regime has been known to frequent the Valley because I've seen him there. I've seen him at the Fortitude Music Hall because we all love going to the Fortitude Music Hall, and we love all of the businesses that have grown up in and around the Valley area. There has been there has been an amazing growth in that area over the last few years. We have a number of projects that are just nearing completion, some of which are a build-to-rent offer. We have many, many, many people who have moved in to make Fortitude Valley their home, and it's a wonderful. I'm absolutely proud to represent the area and to know that there is so much that's happening there. Madam Chair, the Shrinner Council is developing a Fortitude Valley Sustainable Growth Precinct plan to guide the sustainable growth and ongoing revitalisation of this key inner city precinct. Now, this precinct plan seeks to unlock underutilised land, enhance streetscapes, improve safety, connections and walkability. It also supports Brisbane's live music, arts and cultural industries, our vibrant laneways and public art opportunities. And through you, Madam Chair, just recently I was in the Valley with some of our New Farm historical people who took tours around the city of some of the areas that are in fact 100 years old. And so we have businesses that have thrived for over 100 years right there in the heart of the valley. And these are businesses that continue to evolve. They continue to make their lanes vibrant. They continue to have wonderful events that are happening there. We have Valley Fiesta, we have winter sessions, we have Big Sound. I could go on and on and on about the amazing vibrancy of our wonderful area there. But this submission is about looking at how we can improve our wonderful Fortitude Valley. So it's great news for the Valley and for the small businesses that call it home. When we make the Valley safer, easier to walk around and more connected, we're helping local cafes, bars and shops thrive. Small businesses are the heartbeat of the Valley. They bring life to the laneways, they create jobs and they make Brisbane unique. And this plan isn't just about buildings, it's about people. It's about making sure that the Valley stays a place where small businesses can grow and succeed. With better streetscapes and more housing nearby, it means more customers for local businesses. And we know the Valley is famous for its live music and nightlife, but it's also home to incredible daytime businesses. The Shrinner Council is all about backing our small business, and our team, the Shrinner Council, is putting the work now to make sure that our small businesses will be front and centre in 2032.
Has expired. Before I call upon the next speaker, I do just want to acknowledge and welcome to the gallery former Councillor Gail Ciccone. Welcome. Further speakers, Councillor Collier.
Thanks very much, Chair. And I rise to talk about this amendment to the city plan for the Fortitude Valley Sustainable Growth Precinct Plan, and acknowledge what has been an extraordinary contribution from the LNP, who fail to consider every time they rise to speak in this place about what their words really mean on the ground to people who are battling it out in this current housing situation. It has been, we are talking about people who are going to rental inspections and battling it out with 50 or more other families or people who are wanting to work in the area, live in the area that they work in, people who want to be a part and contribute to their communities. People are lining up, battling it out with 50 other people just to try and get a roof over their head. And let's not talk about how much it really costs. I don't know if anyone on the administration LNP side of this chamber is a renter, but I can tell you that I am, and I can tell you through my own personal experience, it is tough out there. So when LNP councillors come in here and say things like affordable housing is too restrictive and that we're doing everything we can, this is a watershed moment. And through you, Chair, Lord Mayor, I think that you will reflect back on this time in years to come, and Councillor Allen probably will too, and go, we got it wrong. Because the reality is there are families who are being rejected, making hundreds and hundreds of rental applications and getting knocked back, and they are being forced to live in their cars. They are sending kids to school with lunchboxes that they have made out of the back seat. This is the Brisbane that the LNP have created. And no matter what anyone on that side of the chamber wants to think, they have been in power for 2 decades. It is time to consider that maybe you haven't got it right. Through you, Chair, Lord Mayor, you have not got this right, and you need to be open to some new and revolutionary ideas. And maybe, again through you, Chair, Lord Mayor, you should take up the fight to your friends in the state government and take a stand. Now is the moment to be bold and to be brave, because the people of Brisbane need us. They need us to deliver truly and genuinely affordable housing, and anyone who stands in the way of that should hang their heads in shame. This is a perfect opportunity. This item that we're debating and voting on today is the perfect opportunity to look at how we can do that, because this isn't a couple of houses here and there. This is an opportunity where we can deliver a huge amount of affordable homes for people who, want to work in amazing hospitality venues in Brisbane that keep our city thriving. We are known throughout the world for the entertainment precinct that is Fortitude Valley, and it is incredible. But we need workers, and they've got to be able to live there. They've got to be able to move around safely too. We need people to send their kids to the local schools, like Fortitude Valley State High School. What an incredible school. Absolute innovation. And yes, it was delivered by the Labor government after the LNP shut it down. Let's be clear. Who builds for the people of Brisbane? Who sticks up for renters, for everyday people in this city? It is always the Labor Party. It is always people who come from real backgrounds, not the LNP, who after 2 decades of sitting in an ivory tower here in City Hall, they have no idea. They are so very out of touch, so very out of touch. They have no idea what it's like. And I know this because you only have to look at any LNP councillor's social media, because there's no real people in it. They don't like to talk to anyone. And it is the people of Brisbane who suffer. When you sit in ivory towers, you make decisions about what property developers think is restrictive or not. You know what's restrictive for the people of Brisbane? Not having anywhere to call home. Housing is a human right. We can do so much better. We should be aspiring for so much better. And yet again, the LNP come in here, they vote it down. Shame on all of you.
Further speakers. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on item A today. Very impassioned speak from Councillor Collier, who I do agree with. The Valley is a thriving part of our city. Unfortunately, different to what her leader of her anti-development regime, thank you, Councillor Howard, through you, Madam Chair, who again is talking the city down, talks the city down again and again. There was a comment about, why has it been 14 years since this was actually looked at? Well, 14 years, there is a lot of changes that happen in 14 years, and they do happen quickly. But I can tell you something that's happened very distinctly in that 14 years. In 2010, when we voted on this, there was 10 ALP members in this place, and look what's happened there. The ALP have halved in the 14 years because they have been anti-development from day dot. From the time I entered this chamber, nearly 20 years ago, they have voted against every opportunity to create more homes in this place. And I noticed Councillor Griffiths leaving the chambers because he doesn't want to hear this, because he knows I'm right. Thank you, Steve. Through you, Madam Chair. Come on back. You don't want to miss this.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Griffiths.
I can't get worth it. Claim to be misrepresented, and I was named.
You haven't spoken yet, Councillor. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. But the change that we've seen here...
Councillor Collier. Inappropriate. And you've been cautioned 3 times now, so I suggest you stop calling out and questioning. Thank you. You're having a go at me, the chair. Thank you. Councillor, I'm not going to debate it.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Collier.
Seeking clarification on your ruling of whether or not speakers can be misrepresented if they've spoken or if they haven't in this meeting. You have inconsistently ruled, I think this is the third time in a row.
Thank you, Councillor.
And I take issue with you saying that I'm questioning you. I'm asking a point of order.
No,
that is
well,
not
you
out of
weren't.
line.
You just got up and did a point of order, but you called out rudely before that.
What did I say?
Have a look at the video next week and you'll see. And no, thank you, Councillor. And you are misrepresented in your speech before. That is what a misrepresentation is. If someone is on their feet speaking in this chamber and then someone misquotes them after that, that is the misrepresentation in this meeting today. Councillor Adams.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Then why, Madam Chairman, did you allow Councillor Adam Allen to claim misrepresentation about comments made about the previous week's meeting and the committee meeting, rather than comments that Councillor Cassidy had made in the chamber? Because
I'm not going to debate this further, Councillor. No, because Councillor Cassidy said that Councillor Allen had just said, he quoted what he'd said, he added some other stuff too. Councillor Adams.
Thank you. And point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Just on another point of order, Madam Chair, you've just indicated that if it happened and you can see it on the video, then that's something that we should be considering you can see. Councillor Stephen Toomey shouted that's bullshit at me a few weeks ago, and you took no action against him swearing at me. It can be seen
Councillor
and heard.
Johnston,
so, Madam Chair,
I
why
do not
is it you took no action about
that point of
conduct?
order. Do not uphold that point of order. And I caution you. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the one thing that the Labor Party did realise, and just in a very, very short while ago, is that if they want to get back up to 10 people in this place, which I don't think is going to happen anyway, they're going to have to change their attitude. And all of a sudden we see a great light come down, and Councillor Cassidy is all for more development.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Collier.
Just to hold Councillor Adams to the same standard, on relevance, don't know where the Labor Party is in this report.
Thank you. Councillors, if you can come to the report. Councillor Cassidy, point of order.
The Lord Mayor was just shouting out across the chamber. Will you caution him?
I'll ask all councillors to not call out across the chamber. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The irony from Councillor Collier through you had said LNP at least 50 times in her speech, however. But they will still whinge about the opportunities to build more homes. Councillor Cassidy had a very, very good whinge for his nearly 20 minutes. But it'll be interesting to see where they actually vote on this as well, because my experience, I can tell you as Deputy Chair of Planning in 2010 on the 14th of September, did the ALP support that neighbourhood plan for more homes? No. Do they support any neighbourhood plan between now and 2023? No, except for Bulimba. Thank you, Councillor Sutton. But you've got to listen to what their words mean. You need to listen to what affordable housing means. The reality is there are families out there that are in the rent cycle. We agree with you, Councillor Collier, but what do we do here to make sure that they can get out of that rent cycle? We are making
One
more
moment, please,
homes
Councillor
available.
Adams. Councillor Collier, as you have failed to comply with the request to take remedial action for your unsuitable meeting conduct, I hereby warn you, in accordance with section 21(6) of the Meetings Local Law 2001, that failing to comply with the request may result in an order being issued. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We heard in the first question today of the Lord Mayor, what are we determined on delivering on this side of the chamber? More homes. And what is this sustainable plan doing in Fortitude Valley precinct? More homes in a place that already has fantastic connection, jobs, transport, amenities. Councillor Howard mentioned the live music, the art. And this is where we want to see more homes. And what are those homes going to look like? 1, 2, 3-bedroom apartments, different typologies. Build to rent is becoming very popular, particularly in the Newstead area. And the connectivity from here to Newstead is extremely good, but build to rent. We hear that people don't want to live in apartments. That is not my experience that I've heard on the ground. People want to live in the valley. People want to live there, don't they, Councillor Howard, through you, Madam Chair? Young people want apartments where they don't have their yards, and families want apartments where they can go to those local schools. And that is the reality of Fortitude Valley. More homes, whether they be apartments or build to rent, it's more homes, and more homes will bring the cost of housing down and make more housing available. There is also the connectivity, as I mentioned, not just to Newstead, but also to the Victoria Park precinct. And it's a very important precinct. We are getting the stage ready for a major event in 2032, and we want to make our precincts right around the city walkable, pedestrian-friendly, public transport-friendly. And that connectivity that is seen in this precinct plan, it is just a 15-minute walk from Victoria Park to Central Train Station, which will be a major connectivity in 2032, but for years for the legacy of Brisbane in that vibrant, beautiful part of the city. The daytime economy is where it needs strengthening. The nighttime is strong, but the daytime is where it needs work. And Councillor Howard said more feet on the street, bring more people into our local economy with the cafes and the restaurants. Madam Chair, people love living in the city and in the valley, and this is going to make it more affordable for them.
Further speakers, Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on item A. Firstly, through you, Chair, have the LNP councillors been to the Valley recently and seen it all? We know Chinatown is literally empty since the renovation, right? Literally, the rates went so high. It's literally empty. The various iLife factories and those all the way down past the train station, although there's been an update, have been like the old Waltons building the old Grace Brothers are literally abandoned. And what's incredible is the fact that even with these challenges, the nighttime economy is still thriving. A part of the reason why the nighttime economy is still thriving in the Fortitude Valley, of course, is the Valley Heart precinct that was introduced in 2000. From memory, could have been 201, and this is what has enabled the Fortitude Valley to be protected from noise complaints, from the developments that have been coming up around the area, and stopping it from being exactly like what happened under the LNP to King's Cross. Now, we don't have guarantees. We don't have guarantees.
Councillor Adams, do not call out.
We don't have guarantees. I mean, again, I just want to repeat, because it's really important to touch base that all we receive is a map. Anyway, we don't have guarantees that the entertainment precinct is going to be protected, but I hope that we do protect it, because it's an important part, and I think we can all agree, of what happens in the Fortitude Valley. Something else I want to flag also is, while it's called the Fortitude Valley Precinct Plan, it is undeniably having a part of Spring Hill and also Newstead. Really important to make sure that the scope of this plan is actually not clear in its title. Another thing that I want to touch base is these areas, Fortitude Valley, like there is no park. I think there is a bit of green in that collar, in that corner over there. It's important to note, while we talk about connectivity and public transport, the lack of green space in this area. Would this future precinct plan deliver green space? In relation to connectivity, what was previously known as the Stage 3 cycleway, which is now Melbourne Street, Stage 3 actually used to be from the Breakfast Creek Bridge through the Fortitude Valley into the city. That was a promise, I believe, from this LNP administration that there would be a safe cycling path for people cycling, biking and rolling. Still undelivered. Is this going to be a part of the precinct plan? Important to also recognise within this precinct plan includes Breakfast Creek and surrounding low-lying high-risk flood areas. We've seen through precinct plans now, this is our fifth or sixth one, that when they return, the flooding has been ignored in these areas. The Breakfast Creek catchment was hit terribly, not only in 2021, but also 22. Will this precinct plan ensure that residents remain safe? The other thing that I just really want to touch on is a narrative that's coming through chambers at the moment about how, like, we just got to build more houses. If we build more houses, they'll become affordable. We know that that's not actually true. That's not economically sound. West End is the prime example. West End, which keeps getting upzoned, where population and development has increased just around the 2011 South Riverside Neighbourhood Plan, where there was 9,000 people, to now nearly 20,000 people. And the answer is, and the question that everyone needs to ask themselves when they hear the Lord Mayor or the LNP is, well, it's been upzoned, there's been heaps of development, the density has increased, are rents cheaper? No. Are houses or units cheaper? Absolutely not. This is a fallacy. This is an imagination, a pathetic attempt for the LNP to restyle themselves as somehow supporting young people when decades and decades negative gearing on the federal level and just upzoning through this council has stolen the opportunity for young people, including me, to own a house or to own a unit. Disgraceful. Absolutely disgraceful that they politicalise young people when people are homeless and struggling
Councillor
to even
Massey,
get their
your
rents
time
in
has
time.
expired.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I move that Council now adjourn for afternoon tea for 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
Has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Givney that the meeting adjourn for a period of 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. The meeting will be adjourned when all councillors have left the chamber.
Further speaker on item A, Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Chair. It gives me great delight to jump up today and speak on item A because I represent an area that includes Stones Corner, which has recently been through a similar plan, and so I'd like to talk a little bit about it from my perspective around what this precinct plan for Fortitude Valley will be able to provide. We know already, Mr Deputy Chair, that 28,000 people work in the Valley. Around 12,000 people already call it home. What we've seen in recent years is that housing availability and affordability is a growing and critical issue, confronting many cities and regions, and it's certainly being felt here at home in Brisbane. Mr Deputy Chair, we are pulling all the levers we have at our disposal to stimulate, to incentivise and to facilitate more housing development here in Brisbane. We aren't going to protest our way out of this, which is the modus operandi of those on the other side of the chamber. Planning instruments are a key mechanism that Council has at its disposal to help stimulate supply. It is plainly obvious that Labor and the Greens, over a period of many years, have played both sides of this issue. If Labor or the Greens actually wanted to see more homes being built, They would have supported neighbourhood plans, new precinct plans, new incentives, and indeed the sale of surplus land, something which has been in my portfolio. But, Mr Deputy Chair, they haven't done that. The record against Labor is dismal when it comes to supporting homes in our city. They continue to stymie housing development. They like to talk a big game. They come in here, they like to appear as being learned or progressive when it comes to housing, but when the rubber hits the road, they're NIMBYs, Mr Deputy Chair. Now, Councillor Cassidy questioned why we didn't do this 10 years ago. Well, Councillor Cassidy, my question to you is why have you been opposing homes for the last 10 years? We saw an impassioned Collier refer to an ivory tower as if it was almost a convincing performance from Councillor Collier, referring to an ivory tower. The ivory tower that she worked in.
Deputy Mayor. Yes, Councillor Griffiths, your point of order.
I think you should address a councillor as Councillor Collier, not Collier. Yep. So I'd ask you to bring her back.
Yep. Deputy Mayor, please refer the councillors to their correct titles.
Absolutely. So I'll say it again. What we saw is an impassioned Councillor Collier refer to her ivory tower, an ivory tower that she was working in fact, when the former ALP government failed to provide an adequate supply of social housing to the people of Queensland. Because I went back and I had a look at the records, Mr Deputy Chair.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor, point of order. Councillor Johnston.
Yes, Mr Deputy Chair, unfortunately this matter doesn't include any affordable or social housing because the LNP actually guillotined the debate. So if you could bring the Deputy Mayor back to the plan before us today, that would be appreciated.
Noted.
We would have liked to have the debate, but her colleagues stopped it. Yes. Oh, she did too. She voted against
Noted.
it.
Yes, Deputy Mayor, please focus on the plan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. When Councillor Collier was working in the ivory tower that she referred to...
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Yeah, Mr Chairman, Councillor Collier isn't referred to in this report. Councillor Collier's former employment, I'm sure it was not in an ivory tower. And I would ask you to draw the Deputy Mayor back to the report before us,
Deputy Mayor only started with one sentence. Please allow her to speak.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Chair, because I was referring to comments that Councillor Collier made in this place less than an hour ago. The truth of the matter is that under the former Labor government, just 509 social homes were built each and every year, failing to even keep up with population growth, Mr Deputy Chair. They go backwards. In fact, they went backwards each and every single year. So their hypocrisy on housing and affordable housing coming into this place is absolutely astounding. The record shows that Labor team has refused to support 16 out of the last 19 neighbourhood plans brought to this chamber since 2016. They can't change that record, Mr Deputy Chair, and we know what their record is. They've opposed the delivery over that time of more than 30,000 new homes across Brisbane. Homes that could have provided a roof over the head of renters, Councillor Collier, aspiring homeowners, nurses, tradies, professionals, young and old, and everyone else. The hypocrisy from the Labor Party knows no bounds when it comes to housing and homes in this city. Now, we're talking here today
Sorry,
about...
Deputy Mayor, your time has expired. Further speaker? Councillor Strong.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Listen, that old chestnut that they keep rolling out as far as that we didn't support precinct plans, we supported all the housing pretty much in those precinct plans, as we do with this one down in Fortitude Valley. There were just other aspects that we just couldn't get up to the barrier on those precinct plans, and it wasn't the housing. So make that very clear. Now, the precinct plan that we're discussing here today, it's really sad to see what's happened to the Valley. Since I worked down there many years ago, it was a very vibrant place. it was hopping. I'll tell you right now, it was actually even more active than the CBD here in Brisbane, which I worked in as well, within a couple of years. You know, I was always amazed how active the nightclubs and the hotels were down there before, after work, and pretty much on the weekend as well. There were 2 or 3 major retailers down there, department stores, right? And what's there now? Literally none of that. All the retail's pretty much gone. A lot of the big retail's gone. And it's going to hear it from the city as well. So honestly, you've been in power for 21 years, and what have you done? You've done the refurbishment of Chinatown, which obviously hasn't worked very well. I mean, it looks good, right? But there's a lot of vacancy down there, and I hope that this precinct will do something to address that. But it won't be affordable. It won't be affordable for the people that work down there. It won't be affordable for the police, the fireys, and just all those other professions, right? It will not be affordable for them. Because honestly, the units that will be built down there will be $1 million plus when they get built. Now, you promised a lot of homes. Lord Mayor gets up and says, homes, homes, homes. You promise a lot, but you deliver a little. And Adam Allen, Councillor Allen, gets up and talks about what they're going to build, but he won't tell us. You'll tell us how many you approved, but you won't tell us how many actually went ahead. So we don't know. And affordability also leads to, or the lack of affordability also leads to homelessness. And this came home to roost to me yesterday when I put up a posting in regards to some homeless people just on the border of Jamboree Ward and my ward. And I put out that post, and I tell you what, the general population here in Brisbane are attuned to what's actually happening with those homeless people because it went viral. 274,000 views, more than 500 comments. So people know what is going on out there, and we're not doing enough to address it here at this level of government. The state level of government is not doing anything either. They're totally focused on their agenda, which is not housing, right? And this Lord Mayor also really talks about affordable housing from time to time, but he doesn't really believe in it. He doesn't believe in social housing or public housing, pretty much public housing, because he thinks they're slums. He thinks they're a slum. And the area that I have my office in Ala, he called that a slum. And he won't apologize for that. He regrets it. He said he regrets it, halfway there. But let's apologize at some stage. But I think I'll be out of the chamber before that happens. Anyways, just back to this precinct plan. Listen, none of that will be affordable for the people that actually work in the area, right? It'll be affordable for people that have saved hard and invested well and wisely. They'll be able to afford some of those beautiful luxury units that are going to be built on top of the railway station there, and up on Spring Hill and through to Newstead, right? You know, great place to live, fantastic services around you. Why would it ever be affordable? The developers are not going to build down there. They're going to maximize their profits, and they're going to sell them for what they can, or what the market will stand, and I'm afraid it's not going to be affordable housing. Thank you, Chair.
Further speaker? Councillor Wolf.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair, and I rise to speak in support of item A, the Fortitude Valley Sustainable Growth Precinct. It's pretty simple. Brisbane is growing, and we want to ensure that everyone who lives here, young, old, renting or aspiring homeowner, can do so affordably and securely. Through you, Deputy Chair, as the Lord Mayor has stated, and Councillor Howard, Councillor Adams and Councillor Cunningham, We're doing all that we can to deliver more homes sooner in great locations while revitalising the areas that make us the best place to live, work and relax. To this end, item A is the decision to prepare the Fortitude Valley for this growth. Now, through you, Deputy Chair, we have heard from Councillor Collier and Councillor Massey, and they've made claims that the council is doing nothing when it comes to social and affordable housing. Now, for the record, we all want to see people...
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order.
Misrepresentation.
Noted.
Point of order, Chair.
Yeah, Councillor Collier.
I claim to be misrepresented.
Noted. Yes, Councillor Wolf, please
Thanks,
continue.
Deputy Chair. We all want to see people live in truly affordable homes, free of financial stress and able to save for their income for other things that they value and to be able to enjoy Brisbane's incredible lifestyle. But the only way to boost affordability is to boost housing supply. Yeah. And that's exactly what we're committing to. We want everyone in Brisbane, whether you're a nurse, a tradie, young, old, renter or homeowner, to have an affordable roof over their head. And yes, we have got it right. Fortitude Valley is truly a unique precinct, being the centre of Brisbane's nighttime economy, Australia's first dedicated special entertainment area, and having the highest number of live music venues of any precinct in Australia. Not to mention the great public art, the laneways and the vibrant businesses. In addition, this area is similar to other areas that we're focusing on where we're delivering homes. They're great in terms of access to train stations, high-frequency bus services and plenty of retail commercial opportunities. This makes for smooth living. With the Fortitude Valley Neighbourhood Plan around 15 years old, this provides the perfect opportunity for us to revisit this area, respond to the growth and the interest that we've seen in it. It will ensure that it gets the refresh that it deserves. In addition to reviewing building heights to support more homes, it's great that we'll also be looking into enhanced safety, connections, walkability, while supporting Fortitude Valley's live music and arts scene. This is something that's particularly important as we lead into 2032 and beyond. We know that Fortitude Valley is in close proximity to the venues and stadiums for 2032, making it a key gateway for all the action and prime for enhancements. This is another exciting step in our efforts to get more homes on the ground, enhancing our iconic precinct and preparing ourselves for 2032 and beyond. And I commend this item to the Chamber.
Further speaker, Councillor Johnston. Oh, sorry, Mr. Representation, Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I believe through you, Councillor Wolf stated that I stated that the LNP are doing nothing. What I actually said was they've been upzoning for the whole time that they've been here, and it's not working.
Councillor Collier.
Chair, Councillor Wolf said that I said that Council's doing nothing about social and affordable homes, and it fills me with great concern that the Deputy Chair of the Planning Committee does not know the difference between social homes and affordable homes and has any power or influence over addressing the most important issue to people affecting Brisbane to this day.
Thank you. Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I rise to speak on item A of the ENC report, and like I did a few weeks ago, I'm just going to start by saying it's very clear that after 20 plus years of this LNP administration and leadership of this, 21, of this city, that they are getting planning in this city wrong. We are not seeing the outcomes that the community need, whether that is ensuring that development happens in an appropriate way in good areas, not on floodplains, whether that be affordable and social housing that Brisbane City Council can assist with.
that's not using the levers that are available to us through planning schemes like the ones we're addressing today to deal with the imbalance that we are now seeing in the market. Without question, many people today, and that's young and old, and you know the fastest growing proportion of homelessness is older women. They cannot afford to live in parts of Brisbane and in most parts of Brisbane. Now, Councillor Penny-Wolf, I think probably doesn't understand the impact of units being built in areas. So I'm going to use Indooroopilly as a great example. So there are some very small parts of Indooroopilly that are really well located, close to the rail station, where higher density units have been built, 10, 12 stories. Yes. Does anybody know what the average price or the median price of a house in Indooroopilly is, the suburb? $1.812 million. Whoa. Does anybody know the median, and this is the median price of a unit in Indooroopilly? No. $800,000. Now, I suspect if I went online and looked today that you couldn't find something for those prices. And the median rent, does anybody want to have a guess?
I'm going to say $600, $550,
$910 a week is the median rent. Now, this is in part of the city that has benefited from higher density.
There you go.
So we have heard from Councillor Massey, who has experienced that kind of growth on steroids. Yes. We have heard it from Councillor Wolf, who does not understand what is happening in her own ward, that these changes of just upzoning suburbs do not lead to more housing that people like tradies and nurses can actually afford to buy. Yep. So we have to start doing things differently. And that is the fundamental problem with the LNP. They are doing the same things over and over and over again, and they are getting the same outcome, which is the developers, yes, they go, oh, this is great, but they're not building. They're not building, and when they do, they are building luxury. They're building $2 and $4 million apartments because they want to make money. And fair enough, we live in a capitalist society, that's what they do. But this administration has failed the people of Brisbane because it cannot recognise the flaws in the current system and adjust their planning scheme to look at what we can do as a council, the biggest council in the Southern Hemisphere, to actually help the market to address these areas where they are lacking. We can do that through many, many ways, and this area in the valley is absolutely one of those places where we could have done this, yes. But the Lord Mayor and the LNP would not even allow a debate. Yep. They wouldn't even allow us to discuss whether social and affordable housing would be appropriate in the valley. Right. They used a planning chairperson to guillotine that debate. Yep. So far are we from the idea of this council having a discussion about policy that the LNP want to shut down any discussion. Now, the current situation is not working, and that's not even addressing all the other problems in this area, the lack of parkland, community infrastructure, poor Spring Hill. I mean, I was here for that debate on the neighbourhood plan for Spring Hill, and I know those residents will be ready for the fight. What's happening in Spring Hill to Victoria Park and what they want to do to historic parts of Spring Hill is wrong. This is a bad plan. The LNP have to acknowledge that in these areas where we have infrastructure, access to jobs, services, that there must be some levers that council has within its planning system to make sure we have affordable and or social housing targets that are going to help the nurses and the tradies who can't afford to
Councillor
live
Johnston, your
in
time has
Councillor Wolf's
expired.
area.
Further speaker? Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and I rise to add to what's been a lengthy debate on item A. Now,
Point of order. Oh, sorry.
To add on item A, and obviously this is a wonderful area for additional housing and rejuvenation of the area, and much has been made as to sort of why it's perhaps taken some time to reach this point. But it's important to note that there's been some catalytic decisions made in this part of the city in recent times around Olympic venues and Olympic facilities, and that certainly opened up the opportunity to have a close look at that particular part of the city. Now, at the moment, we've got build to sell and build to rent developments being approved down there. The reality is that projects getting out of the ground in the valley area tend to be somewhat spasmodic. So while applications are being approved, moving to build is not as swift as we would like, and so we'll be having a close look at the settings to make sure that those projects are feasible. Now, we recognise that there's a real opportunity here to leverage the infrastructure, particularly the transport infrastructure down there, and we'd obviously be looking to see a range of different housing topologies come online there, studio, 1, 2, 3 bedroom. We also believe that the opportunity is somewhat unique in the valley. Now, there's been a lot of debate today about affordable. Now, nothing that we're going to do in the plan down there is going to stop the provision of affordable or social housing, as the case may be. There'll be sites down there, if the state government wishes to acquire them, they've got a PDA down the road where they can build social housing if they so wish. On the affordable housing front, let's face it, affordable housing is a function of what it costs to build. So at the end of the day, if your build costs are expensive, then it feeds into the ultimate rental or sale price of that apartment. Now, there'll be people in this chamber who can remember back to 2014, 15, 16, we actually were building a lot of apartments. And in fact, at one point there was a suggestion that we had a glut. And what happened since 2015 to create a problem in this city where housing is so costly? Well, first of all, in 2015, Anastasia Palaszczuk got elected and became beholden to the CFMEU. Right. And we saw the price of construction ratchet up year on year on year. Not only did the cost of construction ratchet up, but the actual productivity dived. So the cost to build in this city was the worst in Australia, and it coincided with a state Labor government. Then, of course, to make matters worse, they got to about 2023 and thought, my goodness, we better do something. We've done nothing for 10 years. We better do something. Why don't we have a big program of building hospitals and schools and bridges and stuff? Why don't we call it Big Build? So they launched their Big Build program, which not only sucked capacity out of the market for building things like homes, but it also added to the cost of building those homes. So we are in a position today where the cost to construct in this city is the worst in Australia, and it's directly related to the decisions of the previous Labor government. Now, we've got the challenge of overcoming that, and that's why through a number of our planning initiatives we're looking to invigorate the building market across the city. We're looking to invigorate third and fourth tier builders in our suburbs to provide more product in the LMR zoning. So we are doing everything we can do to make sure that this housing comes online. And these people opposite are very, very quick to berate the development industry, but they're building 96% of the housing in this city. They are part of the solution. They aren't the enemy, but we do need to work with them if we're going to get this housing online. So the debate that I've heard today is very, very disjointed. It doesn't recognise the realities. It's ideological, but it's certainly not focused on the challenges and the economic realities of what we're facing in the city at the moment. And I think, Councillor Collier referred to some kind of revolutionary idea that she's conjured up. I'd love to hear what it is. But ultimately, what we're doing is looking at all the opportunities, and we're pulling all the levers we can pull, and we'll continue to do that.
For the Speaker.
Point of order, Chair.
Sorry. Yeah, point of order.
Could I please move for seriatim voting on item E and F?
Yep, sure. Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Chair. The LNP Council can pat themselves on the back for being so proud of their housing plan, which is by attacking the opposition councillors and calling them NIMBYs, and then proceeding to say, well, young people need housing. Well, as a young person, I say, Lord Mayor, you've got to get on with the job through you, Chair. We want to see outcomes and we want to see real action, and this kind of response and politicising our housing crisis is not good enough. And he also said earlier today, what's on the agenda last week? More housing. What's on the agenda this week? More housing. Well, what we, the impassioned opposition councillors, want to see on this side of the chamber is, where's more public transport? Where's more safer pedestrian crossings? Where are the safety public infrastructure amenities that we need and what our city needs to progress with as we build more houses? I think calling people NIMBYs and using those kinds of attacks and slurs is just not constructive in what is a huge Brisbane City Council. We are the biggest and we have so much responsibility to deliver, and that is the only thing that I'll say about those comments to move on with the actual plan that we're here to discuss today. I wanted to quickly touch on the fact that I think it's quite arguable to talk about the progress we've made over the past 40 to 50 years in Fortitude Valley. So I did a bit of reading about the history of Fortitude Valley, regardless of which political party was in power at the time. We need to ensure that as we follow through with this plan, we are integrating upgraded public amenities like toilets and active travel. We know these changes are possible if final plans are taking place in 2026 to 27, then this council has the opportunity to integrate the suggestions that we are talking about today. We're also all aware that there will be a new census, a 2026 one introduced next year, and we can't make the mistakes of what we've done with Brisbane's new bus network in Pollara, where the population had already grown by the time the network was introduced and they used feedback before that population was already there. So I'm hoping that something like this doesn't stop the Fortitude Valley plan and also doesn't account then for a growing population size and set us up for failure. Reflecting back on the history, we can start with when the trams were first stopped with services there in Fortitude Valley. This area, then the council attempted to make it a shopping precinct at the time, and this was in the late 60s. After that, this then declined and then it attracted more illicit activity. There was an attempted renewal and revitalisation via Chinatown Mall, but this was already 40 to 50 years ago that this discussion was first had. Now, we all know that Sunnybank Plaza is the real Chinatown of Brisbane City. That is not something to debate here. It's 100% true, and I'm proudly born in Sunnybank as well, so some Southside pride right here. I think Councillor Marks, you're very lucky that this is in your area. But today, in 2025, the Lord Mayor has already been quoted online. He's already admitted that our city plan is a decade out of date. I agree, and you can see it when you walk down Fortitude Valley. Even Sunnybank is more vibrant, and half of the valley includes just furniture stores and car dealerships, and this shouldn't be the kind of character that we see with Fortitude Valley after this plan has been implemented. The other important note to make sure of is that if the state government is approving this by 2027, I want to make it clear that it's in this plan today, so the state government would do that, but will the council then hold off and then make it an election promise in 2028 before this is actually delivered? We can't afford to play politics in a time like this when the housing crisis is at the front and centre of our debate. We heard earlier today that we don't have 4 or 5 years to wait before housing becomes more and more and plenty in our city, so we need to see more action right now. The funding also needs to commit to safety. This is something I haven't heard enough of today. When we walk through the valley during the day, for young women or as a future tourist destination come Olympics time, we all know, you can still walk through there during the daytime, but we all know that you've got to be slightly more cautious when you're walking down Fortitude Valley, even during the daytime. We should also focus on our online profile too. If you just look up Fortitude Valley toilets, what comes up is public toilet - Brunswick Mall, and the temporary toilet block that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars is still right there. It's got a 2-star overall rating on Google Maps, including a comment that says, "Oh my God, stinky," despite what we heard this morning from the Lord Mayor saying that our toilets can be very clean, let alone the $1 million that it costs for a refit as well with what we have there. Over 50 years, this is a bit of a summary of what we see with Fortitude Valley so far. We can't have information just leaked in little periods that are convenient to the LNP over a problem that is serious, and we've been saying this again and again. We're exploding in population growth, and another compliance matter to consider is to balance the nature of having a vibrant nightlife with loud music as well as higher density as well, and balancing those two together. But at the moment, the LNP are failing in both industries. Not only are they not having a thriving live night music industry, they're also failing to meet the demands of residents as well, with compliance just slapping
Councillor
fines
Kim,
and
your
not
time
fixing
has
problems.
expired. Further speaker? Yeah, Councillor Griffith.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. And for those watching outside the chamber, it's interesting to watch the Lord Mayor and his LNP team's strategy. If you've been observing the chamber, you'll see that it's blame everyone else. It's the state's problem, it's the federal problem, it's Anastasia's problem. Everyone else has created the problem. We're the good guys. No, you aren't. You haven't been doing a good job for a long time. And you haven't been telling the truth for a long time. And it's a shame that there's so much game playing going on with such an important issue for our young people, for many people across the city. It keeps coming back to me. He's been in the whole time these people have been in power. The words and the actions just don't add up. What they say and what is happening don't add up. It's like a chasm, like this Grand Canyon between what they're saying and what they're doing. And you don't just see that with council services, where we know we're $5 billion in debt, or there's 450 permanent staff just cut, or the bushland levy that isn't spent on buying bushland anymore, or the Story Bridge that's waiting for a $1.5 billion budget to get it fixed. We have a housing crisis here that this LNP aren't up to, and once again, they've been caught short for not doing the work. No matter what the Lord Mayor says, no matter what those people say on that side of the chamber, they've been running the show for 22 long years. 22 long years. And what we know now is Brisbane's house prices are at the highest point ever. Our supply is at the lowest point ever. Our infrastructure is behind the times. So to be saying you're doing a great job running the city is just baloney. Now, I know in my area, and I've heard these attacks, oh, look, they don't want this, they're bad, they're evil, you know, you can hear it. I support it. We supported 20,000 extra people in Maruka with the local plan there. And we said, with the 20,000 extra people that would be employed there and live there and work there, that they should have infrastructure for it. And it was the LNP who voted against infrastructure. So put the people in, but don't put the infrastructure in. That's what you voted for. That's what you stand for. So what we're seeing here tonight, and disappointingly, what we're seeing here tonight is the fact that the LNP have neglected the valley for so long. They haven't kept up with basic infrastructure in the valley. They haven't delivered on social and affordable housing in the valley. In fact, I can't recall a motion that they've brought to the chamber about getting more social and affordable housing in the valley. I can't recall them. They've only voted against social and affordable housing. I can't recall the Lord Mayor speaking about social and affordable housing, only to refer to those people as coming from slums. This is our Lord Mayor of a progressive first world city. Wow. My fear here is that there's something more at play. And I do think the Better Suburbs Board are rubbing their hands with glee as they are with all these areas where we're increasing density. The Lord Mayor's Better Suburbs Board are rubbing their hand. And how can I say that? I can say it because I've got access to the list of properties that they're talking about. I'm not allowed to show anyone, not allowed to tell anyone, but here we have a group of private developers appointed by the Lord Mayor who meets with council developers and says this is where we want to do development. And bang, what happens? It comes to council and we upzone their property and then they get their pot of gold.
Councillor Griffith, your time has expired.
Incredible.
Any further speaker? There says no further speaker. Lord Mayor, right of reply.
Thank you, Mr Acting Chair. Well, listening to the debate today, would you say that the opposition is for this submission or against this submission? No? You don't really know, do you? You don't know what they stand for. It has been very clear today that you do not know what the Labor Party or the Greens or, in fact, the so-called independent councillor for Tennyson stands for, because they all claim to be now pro-housing when they have been against housing their entire careers.
Point of order.
Actually, Councillor Johnston was for housing for a few years.
Claim to be
Point of
misrepresented.
order, Councillor Johnston.
Point of order.
Yeah, point of order.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Yeah,
Point of order.
Messi? Councillor Messi?
Claim to be misrepresented.
Noted.
Point of order, claim to be misrepresented as well.
Noted.
So do I.
Noted. Yes. Lord Mayor, please.
That's hilarious. Councillor Johnson was for housing for a short period of time when she was actually on this side of the chamber in government doing things, but ever since then she's been against it. But if you have trouble working out whether they are for it or against it, you would not be the only one. Now, let me make a prediction. Despite everything they've said today, most of them will vote for this submission. And that means you can take not a word they've said seriously. They don't even believe what they say because they're going to vote for it, despite bagging it for the last hour or so. But there's been a bit of history rewriting going on here because not only did Labor oppose virtually every single planning change that came into this place, they also tried to run an election campaign claiming that we had irresponsibly created an apartment oversupply in Brisbane. And so I'm going to quote their Lord Mayoral candidate, Rod Harding, in an opinion piece that he wrote for the Courier Mail. He said, "There is mounting evidence that Brisbane is facing an apartment glut, the likes of which we have not seen before, which will cause the bottom to drop out of the market." The Australian newspaper recently reported 2 years of unsold stock in inner Brisbane alone, more than 2,500 units, double that if you include suburbs like Toowong and Chermside. In short, any developer who has unsold apartments is going to lose money in this cycle, or worse, go to the wall. And that wasn't enough because he was also in the Australian, and it quotes in an article in the Australian. Former Lord Mayoral candidate Rod Harding, he was still going on about it after the election, even after he wasn't successful. Brisbane City Council should take the blame for approving what has amounted to be a glut of apartments. All their careers, they've been against extra housing supply. And you know what? When prices moderated and even went down a little bit in apartments, they criticised us for bringing house prices down.
Sorry, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Johnston. Your point of order,
Yeah,
please.
I would like to make one if that's all right with you,
Yes,
but you
please.
have to tell the Lord Mayor to stop speaking when I say point of
Yes,
order.
I just did. Thank you.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Noted. Yep, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. They don't like to hear it, but this is the truth. They've accused us of bringing on too much housing supply for their entire careers in here, and then suddenly they've changed their tune. But they don't really believe it, because all of the things they're putting forward are proven to be failed policies that do not work. There is only one approach that will work: more housing supply of every kind. More housing supply of every kind, but
Councillor Cassidy.
One thing that has been delivered is a rousing opposition of any kind of housing change that's been proposed. A rousing, and even in recent times, out in Wynnum Manly, trying to stir up opposition, getting the Labor branch members activated against more housing, So it's very clear that the only people in this place with no idea and no position is the opposition. That's right. Our position is very clear, and it's stayed clear all the way through. We support more housing. They've been against it. Now they want to convince people they're for it, but they're really against it because at the same time as they're saying they're for it, they're opposing development in various parts of the city. They have been exposed today as people who believe nothing and stand for nothing, and they are frauds.
Mr. Representation, Councillor Johnston?
Would you like me to do both
Yeah,
now?
yeah, just do both.
Thank you. On the first point of order, the Lord Mayor stated that I and other councillors had been against housing all their careers, their whole careers, I'm sorry. That is absolutely fundamentally dishonest and untrue. Not only have I supported good housing in my ward and around the city on numerous occasions, in my speech today I advocated for more housing, especially affordable and social housing as part of this plan. So the Lord Mayor has been completely dishonest in his statements today. In his second statement, the Lord Mayor again said that I and other councillors had all their careers opposed housing. This is again fundamentally untrue. I have supported good housing in my area for many years. I have opposed housing where it has adverse outcomes for local residents and does not meet the planning scheme. And I've certainly, in my speech today, supported good housing and especially affordable and social housing in this city. And I've clearly am on the record today advocating for that.
Councillor Strong, your misrepresentation.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Chair. Listen, the Lord Mayor said that I, or the team on this side, and I took that to be me as well, that I didn't support, I did not support a number of the precinct projects since my time in the chamber here, which is totally untrue. The only thing publicly I have ever not supported was the development that was proposed for 3 the Esplanade, Forest Lake, which this council agreed with me. Cost us $200,000, but we lost the case. That's the only one that I, honestly, that I was not in favor of, and I really take umbrage of the Lord Mayor saying that I didn't support housing in this city. That is just totally untrue.
Councillor Massey, your misrepresentation.
Thank you, Chair. Deputy Chair, earlier the Lord Mayor just previously said that opposition members, including myself and Councillor Chongwa, were against housing our whole career, even though publicly and on this record we have supported the Housing First model that delivers social and affordable housing, vacancy levy intervention, the Lord Mayor's own Airbnb crackdown that is still missing, social housing deliveries from a federal and state level, and inclusionary zoning at a council and state level. We have also supported various other precinct projects through here with the hope of delivery of affordable and social housing, something that I talked about also earlier today in this precinct plan.
Councillor Kim, your misrepresentation.
Thank you, Chair. The LNP Lord Mayor is clearly triggered. I claim to be misrepresented when he categorises all of us to say that we don't support housing, despite the fact that I was only elected last year in a suburb that also didn't vote majority for the Lord Mayor as well. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Griffith, your misrepresentation.
Yes, thank you. I'd just like to say Lord Mayor Schrinner has misrepresented me in relation to housing and development across the city. Unfortunately, he was sitting here, but he wasn't listening to the debate, but at least he's here. I'll give him that. But I would ask the Lord Mayor to be accurate in reflecting the views expressed in this chamber, because it makes for a more accurate debate. Thank you.
I now put item A to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Division seconded.
Division called by Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Dixon. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerk, please ring the bell. Clerk, please read the result.
Mr Deputy Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 21 in favour and 2 abstentions.
Item A is carried. Councillors, please return to your seats. Lord Mayor, item B, C and F.
Thank you, Mr Acting Chair. Well, just as I predicted, the Labor Party and Councillor Johnston,
Lord Mayor.
despite their claims.
Sorry, Lord Mayor. Councillor Johnston, your point of order.
Just to confirm, Mr Deputy Chair, which items did you say we're doing now?
B, C and F for debate.
B, C. I thought E and F were together.
B.
So for debate purposes, we are now doing B, C and F, and D and E are together. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So, yeah, D and E are together. That's
Okay,
right.
thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, sorry, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Acting Chair. Just as I predicted, the Labor Party and also Councillor Johnston just voted for our submission. It was so terrible. They railed against it so much, yet they voted for it. They literally can't take a position on anything. They don't believe in anything.
Point of order.
It is quite clear.
Sorry, Lord Mayor. Point of order.
Claim to
Councillor
be misrepresented.
Noted.
Point of order. Claim to be misrepresented.
Point of order, I claim to be misrepresented.
Any more?
Yeah, as well.
Noted. Lord Mayor.
They're a bit sensitive today because they've been called out for the frauds that they are when it comes to housing. Absolutely fraudulent.
Point of order.
Frauds.
Sorry, Lord Mayor. Point of order. Councillor Johnston.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Okay.
Point of order.
Yes, Councillor Cassidy.
Is it appropriate that a councillor calls another councillor a fraud in the council chamber? I'm seeking your ruling on that. It has a specific meaning to be a fraud. Does that meet suitable meeting conduct behaviour under the Code of Conduct?
Look, this is a chamber for robust debate, but I will remind all councillors to use the appropriate languages. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. One would say that people are fraudulent when they say one thing and do another. That's right. That's exactly what we have seen today. Say one thing, do another. They criticised it for at least an hour and then they voted for it. The only people who aren't frauds are the Greens. They're just ignorant. They are ignorant of market realities in the housing market. So they're not frauds, they're just ignorant of what makes the housing market
Sorry,
work.
Lord Mayor. Councillor Macy, your point of order.
Misrepresentation.
Noted. Lord Mayor.
And so the Greens remain wedded to failed policies that will make the situation worse. The Labor Party remains wedded to nothing.
I'm going to do a second misrepresentation because obviously the Lord Mayor doesn't understand the Housing First model and its success in where it's been put in place.
Noted.
Google it.
Lord Mayor.
Thank you. They still believe that they can magically freeze rent and then that'll fix the problem. They still believe that by forcing extra taxes onto home builders, that'll fix the problem.
Point of order.
And it clearly won't.
Point of order. Councillor
The Lord
Strong.
Mayor is speaking about the previous clause. We have moved on.
Well, the Lord Mayor can speak. The Lord Mayor can speak on everything. Can speak on anything in the ENC report. Lord Mayor.
There was a big tasty piece of cheese in the trap called hypocrisy, and they gobbled it up. They gobbled it up. Unfortunately, they tried to hold two positions at once that just don't compute, and I'm talking about the Labor opposition and their colleague, Councillor Johnston. But the reality is there is only one guaranteed way. There's only one guaranteed way to make housing more affordable, and that is supply. Just like it became more affordable in the period from 2016 to 2018, when they accused us of creating an apartment oversupply, and their Lord Mayoral candidate had the gall to say that we were affecting people's investments. Remember that? Because house prices were moderated, particularly in the apartment sector. They criticised us for making housing more affordable. It's extraordinary. And, you know, Councillor Cassidy also said, oh, you know, why didn't you do this plan 10 years ago or 15 years ago? Well, they voted against it 10 years ago or 15 years ago, and so it's kind of irrelevant to them, but the reality is they have been exposed. And they'll keep being exposed because they say one thing and then they do another. And we've seen this before. Now, item B is the lease of council land to community organisations. This is a process about making it easier for local community groups to keep doing what they do best, which is supporting Brisbane residents and community organisations through their work. This decision allows us to renew the leases for 37 not-for-profit organisations without forcing them to go out through a competitive tender process and potentially losing a facility that they've operated for many years. Obviously, that wouldn't be an ideal outcome. So these groups run sporting clubs, senior centres, kindergartens, cultural hubs and more. They've been part of the local communities for decades in many cases, and this law gives us the ability to exempt them from that competitive process whereby they then have to compete for a facility that they've been in for a long time with other organisations. So obviously when we have a situation where a tenancy becomes vacant, then by all means we go out to the market and we ask for interested parties who might want to operate that facility. But where there's a council facility that has been operated by a not-for-profit or community organisation for a long period of time, this is the process that we go through. And I think it's one that no doubt we'll all support. Item C is the lease of the cafe at 231 Brunswick Street, New Farm. This one, many councillors will know as the End of the Road Cafe. So it was an old ferry terminal which existed prior to the creation of a new CityCat terminal nearby. And so I worked with Councillor Howard in a previous role to convert this into a cafe and a toilet facility for bus drivers, actually. And we have our plaque on the wall, don't we, Councillor Howard? We're very proud of this toilet facility for bus drivers and the local cafe that was provided. And so this is obviously just about creating more to see and do, activating our parklands, providing facilities for the wonderful bus drivers that we have, and we have a long record of doing that. Now, with the lease coming to an end, Council ran a request for proposals for a new lease over the cafe, receiving one application from the current lessee who's been doing a good job, The commercial terms of the lease are as per the applicant's offer and are considered reasonable and acceptable to both council and ratepayers. The total offered base rent and estimated percentage rent based on the recent turnover also represents an increase over the previous lease as well. The new lease will cover a 9-year period and will allow for the current operator to continue serving the New Farm community from until January 2035, which takes this 10-year past the Olympic and Paralympic Games. The lessee intends to refresh the cafe fit-out, including repainting, deep cleaning, new furniture and lighting, and additional greenery. So I commend this item to the chamber. Now, the next one was item F, was it? Sorry? C.
BCF.
Okay, I've just done C, and then it was F. And so item F is the contracts and tendering report for October 2025. 15 out of 16 contracts, being 93% of contracts, were awarded to local suppliers. 76, I know you're excited about that, Councillor, and that's a good thing, Councillor Toomey. 76 out of 80 contracts were awarded to local suppliers so far this financial year, being a total spend of $380 million. Included in this contract is a project director for the Story Bridge business case. And as I pointed out before, the Story Bridge budget for this year is under budget. And we've used savings from the footpath replacement, which was done ahead of schedule and very successfully, to help support the market outcome for the business case. And as I said earlier, we went through a competitive tender process for that. Also included are council cabs and permanent public transport services, contracts for HR and back office systems, including council's job architecture portal and enterprise project portfolio management solution, insurance broking services, road network condition, consultancy services, replacement of the Merthyr Road pontoon, demolition services, construction of the North Quay lift upgrade. And as councillors would be aware, there have been significant problems with the North Quay lift, and there's been quite a bit of vandalism and destruction of that lift, and so sadly it's got to the point where it needs to be replaced, and so we're getting on with it. Maintenance services for bus air conditioning and public transport CCTV are also listed here in this contract.
Misrepresentation from Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The Lord Mayor has stated that, quote, "I can't take a position when it comes to housing." Clearly today, with respect to item A, where he made these comments, I voted for the changes to consider these precinct changes to city plan. There's no actual changes today, it's to get the process started. And I also advocated for a position which is to include more affordable and social housing. So clearly I'm able to hold two positions that are both complementary but different to the Lord Mayor's position, which is calling people in affordable and social housing as living in slums. That's not my position, I am for it. On the second, do you want me to do the second one? On the second one, the Lord Mayor claimed that I had been and other councillors had been engaged in fraud when it came to housing. Fraud is a criminal deception intended to result in financial and personal gain. I have no personal or financial interest in item A before us today, or these matters. The Lord Mayor's use of this term is deliberately deceptive. He is untruthful and he is desperate to try and claim that we are doing something wrong when all we have done is support the consideration of more housing in the Valley and advocated for more affordable and social housing, unlike the Lord Mayor, who calls people who live in these houses as living in slums.
Councillor Strong, your misrepresentation.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Listen, the Lord Mayor said that I debated the fact that this precinct plan was that I voted. Well, not voted. I was talking against the precinct plan and the developments that come out of that. Clearly, I did not say anything like that. The only thing I said that could be considered negative, but I look at it as a positive, is the fact that none of this accommodation would be affordable. And that's basically all I said. I was in favour of the precinct plan, other than the fact that none of it's going to be affordable.
Sorry, you had two misrepresentations. Sorry, no, Councillor Strong had two. Just one? Okay. Sorry, Councillor Kim. So I'm going to the order.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I claim to be misrepresented by the triggered LNP Lord Mayor, who states that we don't have a position on housing today, which has been very clear. And if you look up the LNP and their political donors and align that with the people they talk about in their chamber, their position is very clear. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Griffith.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And can I say what a great job you do chairing? I refute Lord Mayor Schrinner's statement that I'm a fraud. And I just would say that I've been elected by my constituents 6 times, and they obviously support me. I do have a position on housing, a clear position, as we do. It might be different to the Lord Mayor's. It might be more transparent than the Lord Mayor's, but I think the Lord Mayor should be accurate in his debate in this chamber.
Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. The first point of order is the Lord Mayor saying that the Greens have no understanding of the reality of the housing crisis. Well, the Lord Mayor, who literally has just been a political staffer or a politician, has never been to Musgrave Park, has never been to Curlew Park, has never been to Guyatt Park, has never been to Roma Street, and hasn't even walked 10 metres that way to King George Square to speak to a single rough sleeper or anyone that's fallen through the cracks.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
That is what the Lord Mayor...
Point of
Short
order.
and sharp misrepresentation, not another debate. I ask you to bring it back.
As I was saying, we are distracted from reality. The Lord Mayor doesn't have the guts to speak to these people on the ground. The reality of their situation is not a single precinct plan through the Lord Mayor that a single person on the streets is ever going to be able to afford or live in. The second misrepresentation is that none of the policies that the Greens support have ever been successful. And I will try to be short and sharp, but there is a long list. 1, the Housing First policy, which was first implemented in Finland, which has basically eradicated homelessness. The vacancy policy, the vacancy levy policy, for example, in Irving, California. And also rent control in New York. And lastly, of course, the Airbnb crackdown in Spain, in Berlin, in many other places.
Councillor Massey, I think that goes to general business. Your misrepresentation noted. Further speaker on the items. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. Could I ask that item F, we might have already done this, have we? F, seriatim for voting. Yeah, thanks very much.
Doing that.
Yeah, thanks, that's great. Now, I know the POMs are in town at the moment, but it doesn't mean the Lord Mayor should, take up the whinging so vociferously. I've never heard anything so incredible from apparently the city's leader, is to just whinge today so much. It's just been absolutely incredible to watch this, and has clearly been very triggered by impassioned and strong debate from this side of the chamber, and has realised as he's looked around that how thin the debate is on his side of the chamber. It's just absolutely incredible to have watched the LNP absolutely capitulate on not only was their own position of just 2 years ago demanding the state government include 30% affordable housing
Point
targets,
of order, Mr.
and then
Chair.
once the LNP gets
Sorry,
elected...
Councillor Cassidy. Point of order, Councillor Adams.
Was this a misrepresentation? No? Okay,
No,
that's fine.
it is a debate.
Okay, just asking a question. That's all right. It was. Thank you.
Yep, Councillor Cassidy.
Maybe that's why Councillor Adams is no longer the Deputy Mayor of Brisbane, doesn't understand what is going on in the chamber.
Point of order.
Yeah, point
Mr.
of order.
Chair, I don't like being bullied by Councillor Cassidy.
Councillor Adams, that's not a point of order. Councillor Cassidy, please come back to the items.
Very good. Yes. Clause B, Chair, the lease of land to community organisations. This is, as we know, our standard procedure, and one of the, I guess, last few reasonable, normal things we do in this chamber that is in line with community expectations. Obviously, this is done and transparently because council has a legislative requirement to approve of the disposal of land. So I guess when the LNP are forced by legislation to bring things to this chamber for debate around supporting the community, they'll do that, but not for much else. But in having said that, as the year draws to a close, we have seen many instances where councils playing the bad landlord when it comes to community and sporting clubs. Just remember a few months ago about the North Brisbane Junior Motorcycle Club suddenly kicking them out after many, many years of being a good tenant there, with the reasons about why they were being moved, changing based on who you asked at the time. Or after Tropical Cyclone Alfred, one that I remember Councillor Collier talking about, Bulimba Community Centre leased out Morningside Arts Hall as well to run. No, that's a separate one. But Bulimba Community Centre getting rejected for community grant funding following Tropical Cyclone Alfred. That's right. And if it wasn't for a good Labor councillor's intervention, they wouldn't have been supported with that because the LNP didn't seem to care, just knocked them back straight away. Or the drainage issues over at the Ferny Grove Falcons, of course, and talking to them and why their local LNP councillor never raises that with the Lord Mayor. Wonder why? Because obviously when you do raise it with the Lord Mayor and you get knocked back like Councillor Adams did recently, you obviously get chastised, and that's not something you're allowed to do in the LNP, unfortunately. Clause C, the lease of the cafe at 1231A Brunswick Street, New Farm, the end of the road cafe, certainly one of Brisbane's most prime positions. The previous lease expired a few days ago, or maybe a week ago, 18th of November, and the lessee has been operating under holdover provisions. Request for proposals conducted. The one applicant is the current lessee, which will provide a 5% increase in total rent, and will also do a fresh refit of the cafe. Now, there's obviously more rent going to be coming in, and council doesn't have a responsibility to do any maintenance or refit of this cafe. It's going to be done by the lessee. And it was interesting to note that the Lord Mayor talked about the toilet facilities that were installed for bus drivers at this location, and yet and thought they were just absolutely fantastic. I wonder if he's been to them recently, because he clearly hasn't been to bus driver toilet facilities anywhere else in the city when we hear those stories that we raised earlier in the council meeting today about female bus drivers having serious medical issues now because of the sorry state of facilities provided by this LNP council to them. So it's sort of just like this sort of city of, there's two stories going on here. There's a story going on in the Lord Mayor's head, and then there's a story going on in the reality of what people are experiencing, whether they work for council or whether they receive council services out in the community. So very strange there. Clause F, contracts and tendering. We have seen one. I didn't hear the Lord Mayor talk about this, maybe he did, but Transit Care being awarded the council cabs contract over Black and White, who previously had them. So it's the second contract renewal for Transit Care. I've certainly received feedback about the operations of council cabs since Transit Care has been awarded this contract over Black and White cabs, and have raised those concerns with council directly, and have been encouraging users to do so as well, because without that direct feedback, council can't ensure through this contract better levels of service. The service has certainly changed, and there's some operational reasons for that as well, and I understand they come in cheaper than the other company on the list there, but I don't believe there's any depots on the north side, I understand, which may be something through this process for that to be addressed there, but there's certainly been changes, and I don't think they've all been positive for people who rely on these services. So I hope through this process those issues that have been raised can be addressed. Next one, road network consultancy services. I'm not sure why we need to pay consultants to tell us what the condition of our roads is like. It's pretty obvious. If you drive around the suburbs of Brisbane, what they're like. Well, it probably wouldn't be for the Lord Mayor, I guess, who spends a lot of time and a lot of ratepayers' money up in the air rather than on the suburban streets of Brisbane. It's not obvious to him, but it's obvious to people who go out and about in the community all the time. The most interesting and important one, I think, on this list for the future of Brisbane is the $6.1 million contract for consulting services for Story Bridge business case by Arup. This is the firm tasked with building, doing the precinct plan, I guess you call it, for the Victoria Park Stadium and Athletes Village and Aquatic Centre on the other side of Victoria Park. Now, they've come in at $1.5 million over the estimated quote that the Lord Mayor released publicly before construction has even started. We wonder what the blowout on the Victoria Park Stadium will be if we're seeing this level of escalation on such a small component of expenditure relating to the Story Bridge. But what's even more concerning is not just the fluctuating price we're seeing here, whether the Lord Mayor knew it and tried to keep it hidden or whether the Lord Mayor simply had no idea about it, is the fluctuating time frame in which this business case is supposed to be completed in. The Lord Mayor said it would be done in 2027, then he said it would be done in 2026, and now this contract is going to be running for 26 months from October, which is more than 2 years, which we're now talking about, if at all, in 2027, potentially in 2028. So the price that council is paying Arup to do the business case is $1.5 million more than the Lord Mayor said it would be, and now it's going to be done a year or two later than the Lord Mayor promised the people of Brisbane then it would be as well. And the Lord Mayor reckons he is ahead of schedule on replacing or repairing, a very, very loose term, maybe a fraudulent term, in fact, because no footpaths were replaced, no footpaths were renewed. There was some plastic put down on top of the crumbling footpaths that still requires blue netting to be underneath them to catch falling concrete down into Howard Smith Wharves and down into the river. So we heard the excuses of the Lord Mayor today and from the LNP over the weekend about this massive blowout. They confirmed that they're not denying that it's occurred, but the Lord Mayor is basically trying to twist facts around a little bit to suit his narrative in saying that the contingency on the footpath decking project wasn't used because that contractor managed to do it on time, and therefore he's claiming that as a saving. Can you believe this? Just the king of spin, isn't he? You know, like, don't let facts get in the way of a good story when it comes to this Lord Mayor. There were no savings on that footpath job. They just didn't for once have to dip into a contingency. And now the business case has been delayed by up to 2 years and is already blown out by $1.5 million.
Councillor Cassidy, your time has expired. Further speakers? Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to enter the debate on items B and C. And I am delighted to speak, of course, in support of item B, lease of council land to community organisations, because today's decision is about safeguarding the spaces that bring our neighbourhoods to life. Across Brisbane, community organisations are the lifeblood of our suburbs, and they're not just tenants. They're the teams behind our local sports, the volunteers who greet our seniors, the educators nurturing our youngest, and the cultural leaders who make our city vibrant. And Madam Chair, for many years, these groups have quietly shaped our communities, often with little fanfare, but always with enormous heart. And their work is powered by volunteers, not profit margins. So normally, council land leases would be subject to a competitive tender. That process is designed for commercial operators, but it doesn't reflect the reality of grassroots organisations who have invested many years in serving their communities. Item B applies a sensible exception in the law, recognising that these groups deserve stability, not uncertainty. So by renewing leases for 37 not-for-profit organisations without forcing them into a bidding war, we're ensuring they can continue their vital work uninterrupted. This means that senior centres remain welcoming spaces for connection, sporting clubs can keep nurturing the next generation, cultural hubs stay open for creativity and celebration. It's a practical step that cuts red tape and puts people first. It's about giving our community groups the certainty they need to plan, grow and support Brisbane residents. I want to acknowledge the volunteers and staff who make these organisations so special. Their commitment is the reason our suburbs are strong, inclusive and resilient. By supporting item B, we're not just renewing leases, we're backing the people and the places that make Brisbane a great place to live, work and relax. So I certainly commend item B to the chamber. And turning to item C, this is about keeping a much loved local spot thriving. The End of the Road Cafe at New Farm Park. Anyone who's walked the riverfront, hopped off the City Cat or enjoyed a weekend in the park knows this cafe. The current operator is a small local family business that's been serving the community since 2019. They've done a great job and now we're giving them certainty with a new lease through to 2035. That means stability for the business and continuity for locals and visitors who love this spot. The new lease terms are fair and deliver a better return for ratepayers, about a 5% increase on the previous arrangement. And the lessee isn't just sitting still. They're investing in a refresh, a full repaint, deep clean and polish of the floors, new lighting and furniture, more greenery to make the space even more inviting. This is what supporting small business looks like, giving them the confidence to invest and improve while keeping a community favourite alive. The Shrinner Council backs local businesses because they make Brisbane special. And this cafe isn't just a place for coffee, although the coffee is very good. It's part of the fabric of New Farm Park and a draw card for visitors. By locking in this lease, we're making sure that when people come to enjoy one of Brisbane's most iconic parks, they still have that perfect spot to grab a coffee and take in the river views. This is a win for the community, a win for small business, and a win for Brisbane, and I recommend both items to the chamber.
Further speakers? Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Chair. Listen, I rise to speak on clause B and maybe C and F as well, depending on time. Anyways, item B here. One of the leases that are being renewed is for the Super Kings, which are actually based in the Callumvale ward. And I just want to acknowledge the great work that Satith, and who's the president, and his leadership team have done over the last number of years. They actually have a license for the cricket grounds through the Wasps at Forest Lake, number 1 Oval, and what they've been able to do there really, they have really actually transformed that plain old oval, which no one really ever used, into a fantastic cricket ground. And I'm just so happy to see the fact that they've got the license renewed, or the contract or lease renewed for the cricket nets up there at Heathwood. Now, with item C, right, the cafe, I've been there a few times and it is a fantastic cafe. It's well positioned and well looked after. It appears anyway, so again, I don't go behind the scenes and have a look at what happens behind the counter. But certainly it's one that obviously the current leaseholders have done a good job and built up a really good business there, and it's good to see that happen, and which is one of the nicest part of Brisbane at New Farm Park. With item F, which contracts and tendering, there is a couple of ones that I want to speak about. I suppose the first one will be the Story Bridge, which is down the list a little bit, contract 7, and I agree with the Leader of the Opposition, Councillor Cassidy, in regards to only someone that is used to doing a spin cycle can actually claim the savings on a temporary footpath, the savings of that, which eventually is going to end up in landfill if it doesn't fall into the river, but we got the netting there to catch it, or what's left of the concrete. But listen, I mean, the savings there really isn't really a savings at all when the whole thing's going to be thrown away, when the reconstruction of the Story Bridge starts to happen. And in regards to the business plan and how much it's gone up, well, I reckon the scope of works from the work that these contractors have done, right, to go from 4.5 up to 6.1, which is pretty precise, by the way, when you think 6.1. It's not 6, 6.1, that the scope of works are a lot more serious than we thought in the first place. You know, honestly, what the actual final bill for reconstruction of the Story Bridge is going to be, you know, it scares me to think with the scope of works potentially in case of, you know, with the business plan and the scope of work that's probably been identified and that more and more work they actually have to do for that business plan doesn't look good for the Story Bridge as far as the reconstruction cost goes. So that's something that I worry about. And this side of the chamber worries about exceedingly as we go forward. Now, the other contract in regards to the council cabs, we've had a bit of feedback from residents that use it on a regular basis. And of course, every time there's change, of course, there's, you know, people that don't like change very much. But it was an individual service. Literally, pretty much the individual was picked up and taken to the shopping centre or whatever they had to go. That was where they were allowed to be taken to from where they lived. Now they use a vehicle which will have multiple pickups from multiple users to go off to a particular shopping centre. So they're actually having to share with, you know, 3, 4, 5 people, which is taking a bit longer to pick them up. I understand that, to go off to where they're going. And
Councillor Strunk, your time has expired. Further
Thank you,
speakers? Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak in support of item B, the lease of council land to community organisations. Now, Madam Chair, I'm very fortunate to have 2 leaseholders that are listed before us in item B, and that is for Jamboree Kindy and the Centenary Men's Shed. I just wanted to start on the Jamboree Kindy. Now, this is a great story about people power. So back in 1990, the local Uniting Church decided they were going to close their kindy, and people power came together and they formed a group of people to establish their local kindy. And they have been doing such great work ever since. We have got Kathy Shear, who has been the director, I believe, for the entire time, 34 years. And she is one hell of a patient woman. She is beautiful and she is so dedicated to educating our youngest little residents and also, you know, really making an impact in our local community. So it's wonderful to see their lease obviously being renewed here today. I then move on to our Centenary Men's Shed. Well, they are a fabulous group. They were established after the 2011 floods. And I really want to credit Dave Cope, who was actually a recipient of the Lord Mayor's Awards last year, and also the former Councillor Burke, for actually creating this space that is very well loved by about 95 local men. Now, they do a wide variety of things. It is not just your standard men's shed. They do everything from art classes, honey. They've also created some of the TARDIS boxes that I believe in Councillor Penny Wolf's ward, we have seen them out and about turned into local libraries. They do everything. But in more recent times, they've actually worked together with some local ferries that have moved in to create a ferry door trail around the Jamboree ward. And it has brought much excitement. It also involved one of their members, Frank, dressing up in a tutu to hand over the doors to me. So this is actually a really important organisation, and it's not just because of the work that they are doing. It is about that friendship, it's about that connection, and it's about mental health. And so it's been really fabulous to see this club go from strength to strength. And I really want to say just how proud I am to have us renew their lease today, and I know they'll be very, very excited. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak on items B and F, and I'll just start with item B. I just want to acknowledge that Council is renewing the lease for Banarawa at Graceville. I certainly hope it's been on favourable terms. We used to be consulted as councillors about leasing, but we're not anymore for whatever reason, I don't know, which would seem to be a good idea to me if we were. But I just want to say they're a wonderful organisation. They do a lot of good work, and I'm pleased to see their lease being renewed. More importantly, though, on item F, I note that earlier today I asked the Lord Mayor a number of questions which were about some contracts that are contained within the contracts and tendering report. And they are a couple of word salad, sort of consultancy type reports, and I just want to put on the record my concern that the Lord Mayor has refused or failed to answer questions about those two contracts, which are very large, over $2 million worth of contracts. The Lord Mayor is absent again from the chamber. I can understand why the LNP is stretching out today's meeting. They don't want to deal with the council papers that show we're having less meetings next year than ever, less than ever. But what I would like to just say is I understand why, and that's because of what's going on in item F with the contracts and tendering report. The idea that somehow the Lord Mayor keeps stating that the footpaths on the Story Bridge have been replaced is, I can't use the word that it actually is, but I will say it is deliberately deceptive and a mistruth. Council has not replaced the footpaths. Council has put temporary decking over the top of the existing footpaths that remain underneath and are failing. So this is a very costly project, millions of dollars, that has not actually fixed the problem with the Story Bridge. Next, we find that the costs on the feasibility study, why on earth has it taken the best part of a year to get the feasibility study together? This is what I want to know. The costs have blown out to over $6 million when they were going to be, I think, 3 or 4. They're over $6 million now. It's taken the LNP a year to get to the point of tendering the feasibility study for the bridge. We've not been consulted about what the scope of that is. And this is where things go wrong all the time with this administration. And I'll say it now because I say it every single time. I guarantee 100% whatever is in the scoping report for this feasibility study won't address the situation, and we'll end up with bad contracts that just get worse. And you can see that it is starting with the feasibility study itself, where the costs have blown out by more than 25%. Just on the feasibility study. Presumably Nigel Chamier and his team have finished their report, but we haven't seen that. The Lord Mayor hasn't brought it to Council, he hasn't discussed it with councillors, he hasn't provided it to us, but that report was to inform the feasibility study, so what did it say? There is no transparency around how the LNP administration is managing the Story Bridge restoration project. It is costing a phenomenal amount of money. There is no accountability, there is no transparency, and the Lord Mayor is deliberately dishonest about how the works are actually unfolding. He's trying to trick Brisbane residents into thinking he's actually fixing the Story Bridge, when he's not. He's put a Band-Aid over an open wound instead of fixing the open wound. Now, the surgeon's report, essentially, which we might have had some initial assessment done by Nigel Chamier and his team. We don't know what that said. The surgeon's report is in the scoping study for the blowout that we're discussing in the contracts today. So we don't know what's in that either. So there is a real problem with the way the administration are governing this city. Their problem time and time again is the bad management of projects, and we see it in its infancy right now because this consultancy has already blown out in cost. No one has publicly said what the scope of the works is going to be or privately briefed councillors on this. The Lord Mayor should release Nigel Chamier's report so that we know what the feasibility study is about.
Councillor Johnson, your time has expired. Are there further speakers? Councillor Parry.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise to speak on item F, contracts and tendering for 2025. This item includes an important step in our plan to restore the Story Bridge, with the contract to deliver the detailed business case that will guide its future restoration. Council has awarded the contract to deliver the Story Bridge restoration business case to Arup Australia. This followed an extensive two-stage procurement process with multiple offers and comprehensive market sounding. Council invited engineering experts to bid to be our technical advisor throughout this process. Arup put together an outstanding bid, combining global capability with a strong presence in Brisbane. 92% of the work will be delivered locally and will also bring the recent hands-on experience from conducting the Level 2 inspection of the bridge. Arup has decades of experience restoring complex, ageing bridges around the world, including the Sydney Harbour Bridge. Madam Chair, we know that Arup has the technical skills and delivery record that will ensure this business case is of the highest possible standard. Ultimately, when combined with our budget for the replacement paths, the Story Bridge restoration project is still $2 million under budget. Now, I remember a few months ago we were having a debate in this place about the cost of the replacement footpaths. $7 million roundabouts it was. So the project came in $2 million under that budget, the very budget that we all debated in this place. Councillor Cassidy referred to the footpaths as made of plastic. They're actually made of a high-fibre polymer, which is a reinforced plastic containing things like carbon fibre and those sorts of things in it, used in aeroplanes and all sorts of other materials and infrastructure projects around the world. Arup will accelerate delivery of this business case, reducing the time from the first draft from 18 months down to 9 months. Councillor Cassidy spoke about a 26-month timeframe. We retain the contractors over the 26 months because what happens with this process is that we take the business case to the federal government, to organisations like Infrastructure Australia, and then they provide feedback and we may need to adjust things. We may need to be flexible. We need to respond to the demands of our partners. And the federal government is very much our partner in this project because they provided $2.25 million towards this very business case. Indeed, Minister King signed it just last week. So they have endorsed this project and we are so excited to work with them and to continue to work with the federal and state governments because we know that the Story Bridge is a critical connector in our city. It's a critical connector for transport and freight, and it is a highway of national significance, which I've said time and time again. So, once we work with Arup to deliver the business case, we are confident that the federal government will sign up and help us deliver this important restoration, an 85-year-old asset that was to have a life of 100 years, and we are getting up to that 100-year birthday because we cannot do this alone. Council receives 3 cents in every tax dollar, and we need help of all levels of government. Now, we also know that because we have been good stewards of this bridge, with each restoration project we undertook on this bridge, the more deterioration we uncovered. Damage that we simply couldn't assess until we get in there properly with the expertise that we need. That level 2 inspection was one part. The business case is the second part of that. This is also why we convened the Story Bridge Restoration Committee, which is a panel of experts brought together to chart a clear evidence-based path forward. And their message was consistent. If we get this restoration right, we will extend the life of the Story Bridge by another 100 years. The bridge has served generations of Brisbane residents. It connects people, jobs, businesses and communities. It's an icon of our city, and now it's our turn to give it the restoration it deserves. Madam Chair, I also wanted to turn briefly to the Road Network Condition Consultancy Services contract included in this SCP.
We manage close to 6,000 kilometres of road, as many of us know, and maintaining a network of that scale requires consistent and accurate condition data. And this contract with Pavement Management Services will provide just that. They provide a specialised laser-based fleet of survey vehicles, and they're required to complete this work accurately. Their system uses a van fitted with laser profilers and AI tools that collect condition data at high travel speeds. It means that the data we collect is safer and more frequent, providing a detailed database required to optimise resurfacing budgets and plan future works. And I think it's important to highlight that this isn't a capability that we've had before. We've gone to market for these systems because Council doesn't own any of this special equipment or processes. However, in the long term, asset management will provide a business case assessing the feasibility of procuring an in-house road survey. I'm sure Pavement Management Services will do an excellent job of assessing our roads and help us keep Brisbane moving, and I commend this item to the chamber.
Further speakers? Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on Clause B. I wanted to acknowledge the Brisbane Super Kings in our ward at Heathwood, just like Councillor Charles Strunk. Can I also acknowledge the Lord Mayor and the Premier who recently visited Heathwood with the opening of our new facilities there. This shows that cooperation at all levels of government is required during a time where there's a population explosion in Pollara and Heathwood. So it was wonderful to celebrate this day for a really worthy club. And it is great to see the support there for the lease, and I hope that this goes through today for them. On the next clause, for Clause F, I wanted to briefly talk about public transport improvements. There's $21 million for aircon and $9 million for CCTV. This is required urgently despite the waste of council on many other projects. This is one thing that should have been done a very long time ago. Last week, our Brisbane Labor team were proud to stand shoulder to shoulder with bus drivers who have had enough. Yes. They had enough of being treated as an afterthought by this LNP regime. We wanted enough of the blame game from council, pointing the finger at the last state Labor government. Enough of this council taking state money and spending it on useless partial barriers when everyone wanted a full one. Enough is enough. The Lord Mayor and LNP Councillor Wines would know what to improve with this if they came out and spoke to their friends on George Street to continue the bus safety forum. But instead they continue to let down our bus drivers. It's little wonder why drivers are hard to attract and retain. We spoke to another bus driver over the weekend who said the churn of drivers was extreme. As they recruit new casuals, hundreds are going out the back door, many of which were new recruits from the previous round. This is a dire situation, and the LNP's lax approach to driver safety is not helping. That has flow-on effects as well for our suburbs. You can't have more bus services without more drivers. If we're going to spend $9 million on CCTV, surely that footage should also be made available, because last week we learned that it was withheld from the union by this LNP council. It's dangerous, it's irresponsible, because the union is tasked to improve the safety and conditions of bus drivers.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
I'm probably just a little confused. I just don't know where it is in the report.
CCTV.
So what page was that in the report?
No. So we should come back to the CCTV, please.
Thank you. While the Deputy Chair tries to interrupt my speech because the LNP doesn't like to hear the truth, which is that they have denied CCTV footage access to the union that's responsible for protecting our bus drivers. Wow. This is why it is critical to bring it up today in the public transport improvements section of this contract, which this LNP council is responsible for speaking for. They're laughing because they think they've done a great job at trying to distract us from a serious matter. But if they were there standing in solidarity with our bus drivers, they would know that this is nothing to laugh about. And having a look at the equipment and the CCTV used on the buses when we went out to the Eagle Farm depot the other day, which I thank the team there for allowing us to do that, it really showed me how important this upgrade is and how critical it is to do it now. We need as much support as we can get. Finally, the $6 million for consultation services in relation to the Story Bridge. It is comical to see the LNP rewriting the narrative. You just look up, if you just Google it, you see the state LNP, what they responded to when the LNP Lord Mayor originally said something different about how they were going to achieve funding to restore the bridge. They're looking down, they don't have any answers, and they're not laughing now because they know that the reality of the bridge is that it was a stuff-up. They stuffed up. up. They were dishonest with residents, they miscommunicated. The bridge was suddenly shut during Cyclone Alfred, they didn't know what to say, and then they came up with a plan which was to create propaganda and then say that they have a Story Bridge Restoration Committee, thinking that Brisbane residents would believe that. Well, that's completely untrue. And they can keep, sorry, I can't use the L word, they can keep saying mistruths, they can keep spinning the situation, but the reality is that residents are reading, and it's not nice when an LNP council thinks that Brisbane residents can't think for themselves. They're listening to this, we're reading it, we're seeing it in chronological order, and it doesn't make any sense when you look at the $6 million on paper today. And when you go to Howard Smith Wharves right now, you just look straight up at the bridge, there's blue netting that's catching the asphalt, it's catching it, it's holding it there in case anything happens, and there's still no guarantees that they will not toll the Story Bridge. Thank you, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Adams.
Oh, well, the rewriter of history has sat down. I was going to draw it back to the point. Thank you.
Further speakers. Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And I too rise to add to the debate around item F. Madam Chairman, item F contains 3 contracts, in particular contract number 8, 9, 11 and 12. And I'll start with contract number 8, if the chamber would permit me. And that contract is around the replacement of the pontoon at Merthyr Road. Now, Madam Chairman, this pontoon at Merthyr Road is critical for our network, and it's critical for a number of reasons. Number one, it's close to the city. So when our city cats moor at the Merthyr Road pontoon, it actually saves a lot of dead running with the city cat back to the hoarding facility. That in itself actually saves us fuel in running those city cats back down the river, which are effectively an empty city cat running. Madam Chairman, at this stage, the piers that are in the water at the end of Merthyr Road are being removed of their corrosion in preparation for the new pontoon that is currently being manufactured off-site. So once that is done, we'll see that move to the site, and then we'll see some very good savings in terms of city cat running. The proximity of the city cats being in the city means that they can get into service a lot quicker than, say, if they were further down the river. So that's a very good outcome for that contract, and I trust the chamber would support that one. Moving to contract 9, which is the lift at North Quay. Now, for those who don't know where the lift is, it's the one that's just over here at the end of Radcliffe Place. It takes you down to Queen's Wharf. For those who do a lot of running around the city and do the 5K loop, that's the lift that gets you back up to Queen Street, so you don't have to actually climb the stairs. I do know it does get a lot of work, but as the Lord Mayor has mentioned in his speech, it has been recently vandalised as well. So we've gone through the tender process. We've found a successful tenderer. They are going to replace the whole lift system in whole, and it's very important that that lift system does work, because it's one of the lift systems that does take our passengers down to the City Cat for those that need it. This project, Madam Chairman, is in the design phase. Moving on to contract 11. Now, Madam Chairman, as Councillor Kim and Councillor Collier would know, our air conditioning systems on our buses are very wide, because we did go, and Councillor Kim and I were twinning that day, although we didn't really realise until this morning, but that air conditioning system on our buses are wide and varied. They're not all exactly the same air conditioning system on our buses. So there's a wide range of skills that are needed within that service component of the bus network to utilise the air conditioning system. And Madam Chairman, with the introduction of the full panel security doors on the buses, the air conditioning system also has to be modified to provide air for the driver. So as you can imagine, when the door closes, you're not receiving the normal circular flow of air conditioning. And the last thing we really want is our bus drivers getting a little overheated while they're driving, because we do acknowledge that our bus drivers are one of the most critical, important people within our network. This contract provides the maintenance services for those air conditioning systems. And Madam Chairman, as I sort of stated, it's pretty vital that we do that, considering it's coming into summer, we live in a humid city, and also, you know, we are Australia's largest air-conditioned bus fleet. And without good running of air conditioning systems in our buses, we would see patronage drop. I do remember the time when used to slide the window. Remember that? The old buses used to slide the window. You had to put your hand out to get the air to come in. That was a while ago. But our air conditioning our air conditioning systems on our buses, it's vital to keep those going, Madam Chairman. That will be done across the 8 depots, and currently, as I said, Madam Chairman, there are currently 5 different systems in use on our bus network, and this contract actually caters for preventative maintenance and also scheduled maintenance.
Councillor Toomey, your time has expired. Further speakers. Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on these items. First off, I'd like to speak on item E, which Councillor Toomey was referring to, and it's good to hear that air conditioning systems are vital. I support that. That's great. It turns out safety isn't vital for our bus drivers. That concerns me. What we do know here from Councillor Kim's speech before, but also other councillors is, and even the Lord Mayor, we value our drivers. They're wonderful people. They're the best people on the planet. You know, Liberals holding their hand on heart, but we don't deliver for them. So we don't deliver the necessary safety protections that they need to be safe in doing their job. And I know that because I met with a whole lot of them last week, and it was the same issue over and over and over again, that the drivers are being neglected. Their safety is being neglected. This LNP administration, this mayor, these councillors all sitting here say they're important, but they actually don't do anything to ensure that their safety is improved. And that has been going on for years and years and years now. And it's shocking. It's shocking, and I suspect if residents knew about that, they'd be shocked too, and they'd boot you out of office. In relation to item F, or item 7, the consulting services for the Story Bridge, it was interesting to hear Councillor Parry get up. Councillor Parry reframed everything. It's like a rewrite of history. It's an ageing bridge. No, Councillor Parry, it's a bridge in a catastrophic condition. That's what the report says. It's in a catastrophic condition.
Through the chair, please, Councillor Griffiths.
Through you, Madam Chair, and thank you for pulling me up, like you do with the LNP councillors. It is in a catastrophic condition. And the people who've been chairpersons before you have failed to say this word. And everyone pretends that there isn't a problem. It's like Councillor Parry, through you, Madam Chair, not acknowledging the $1 million that we've spent on those safety nets to catch chunks of the bridge as it falls out. Chunks of the bridge as it falls out. Now, it was interesting, the other thing I heard Councillor Parry say was ARUP officers, they're in Australia, but they're actually an international company. So they're not an Australian company, they're not a local company, they're an international company.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Parry.
I claim to be misrepresented.
I note your claim. Councillor Griffiths.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Then we got the discussion about our partners. I love the partners bit. Apparently the ALP federal government are a partner. The LNP state government are not a partner. We didn't hear any mention of Crisafulli or that other Elvis character up there. Like, yeah, oh, they're helping, that's right. They changed the laws for the toll, and they're going to be changing some laws with the Brisbane City Act or Local Government Act to help the LNP out here. But they didn't seem to be a partner. Where are they? Why aren't they participating in the repair of the Story Bridge? Why aren't they assisting with this mammoth, colossal stuff-up by the Lord Mayor and his LNP team? You know, just astounding the spin you hear in this chamber. What we do know is that the Lord Mayor, once again, isn't in the chamber for a key piece of business discussing the Story Bridge and its demise. He's out of the chamber. He wanted a toll for the bridge. That was his solution. The LNP state government have moved for a toll on the bridge.
Madam Chair.
One moment, Councillor Griffiths. Point of order, Councillor Adams.
I'm asking if you can bring Councillor Griffiths back to the report in front of us and stop with the misleading of chamber. It's been very clear that this has not occurred over and over again.
Point of order.
Thank you. And councillors, please do not call out while another councillor is on their feet.
That's
Councillor
all.
Griffiths. Councillor Parry, your misrep.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councillor Griffiths said that I said that Arup was a local company and all the workers would be here. I did not say that. I said that Arup would combine global capability with a strong presence in Brisbane, and 92% of the work would be delivered locally. And I also mentioned the state government twice, and I also said that they were a partner, the federal government was a partner because they've helped fund the business case, a funding partner. Thank you.
Further speakers, Councillor Givney.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Chair, I find it offensive that Councillor Kim is questioning the expertise of the Story Bridge Restoration Committee. These are experts in their field. They've worked on projects all around the world, and the opposition's obsession with the Story Bridge is just plain unhealthy. But that's not why I stood today to speak. Today, I rise to speak.
One moment, councillor. Thank you, councillors. I only just spoke to councillors on this side about calling out. Please stop calling out while another councillor is speaking. Councillor Givney.
Thank you, Chair.
Point of order. I claim to be misrepresented.
I note your claim.
I actually rise today to speak on item B concerning the lease of council land to community organisations. In particular, I wanted to highlight an organisation that has become an anchor of support, connection and purpose for so many on our Bayside community. The Wynnum Manly District's Men's Shed is located in Eleanora Park on Granada Street in Wynnum. What started as a simple idea in 2011, sparked by Barry Marr and quickly into a movement of local passion, with the hard work and determination of founding members David Westlake, Wayne Holmes, Paul Forrester, Leon Warren and Ron Haslett. The shed began under the old Wynnum Central State School in Florence Street. The very first fundraiser was a humble sausage sizzle that raised just $32. In fact, my dad was a member in the early days when their home was in Florence Street. As a stroke survivor, Dad joined to connect with other blokes and perhaps have a break from Mum, and donate some of his old tools back to people who would actually be able to use them. From that tiny beginning, they now proudly stand more than 300 members, 3 sheds and a further expansion underway. That is extraordinary, but what makes this organisation truly special is not the number of tools or the sheds that they have. It's the people, their stories and the way they lift each other up. The men's shed has become a lifeline for local men navigating some of the hardest challenges that life throws at them. Recently, I've heard stories of older gentlemen who have lost partners, have experienced ill health or major life changes, and those who have found their footing again through the simple power of turning up, a cuppa, a chat, a lunch, a shared project and a sharing of skills. For many, the shed is not just a workshop. It's a place to reconnect.
Sorry, councillor, I do have to pull you up there. Before we have reached the 3 hours, I will give you a chance, councillor Kim, for your misrep before we go to the votes.
Thank you, Chair. I claim to be misrepresented as the LNP councillor for Wynnum Manly, Alex Givney, claimed that I was obsessed with the Story Bridge. I'm not just obsessed, I'm impassioned, and I would never stop until we stop the toll on the Story Bridge.
Thanks,
unlike the
councillor.
LNP councillor who runs away from her community in Wynnum Manly.
I'm sorry, is this a debate?
Point of order,
is this a debate
Councillor
or
Parry.
is this a debate or a misrepresentation?
Thank you. Thank you, councillors. We will now move to the vote on B and C. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. We'll now move to item F. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Division called by Councillor Chongwa and seconded by Councillor Cassidy. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 14 in favour and 6 abstentions.
Thank you, councillors. That is carried. Please resume your seats. Councillors will now put item D to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The ayes have it. Division called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Chongwa. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. D. It's D. It was requested for D and E to be separate for voting. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 14 in favour and 6 against.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. We'll now put item E to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Division called by Councillor Chongwa and seconded by Councillor Cassidy. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 14 in favour and 6 against.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Public Transport Committee report. Councillors, all those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Infrastructure Committee report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Councillors, City Planning, Suburban Renewal and Economic Development Committee. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Chongwan, seconded by Councillor Johnston. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 18 in favour and 2 abstentions.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Environment, Parks and Sustainability Report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. That is carried. Customer Services Committee Report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. That is carried. Community and the Arts Committee Report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. That's carried. Finance and City Governance Committee Report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. That's carried. Councillors, are there any petitions? Councillor Parry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a petition for a footpath tree removal in Gordon Park.
Councillor Huang.
Madam Chair, I've got a petition regarding an intersection upgrade.
Councillor Dixon, can I have a motion for receipt of the petitions, please?
Chair, I move that the petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report.
Second.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Strunk that all petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. That is carried. Councillors, are there any statements required as a result of an Office of the Independent Assessor or Councillor Ethics Committee order? We'll now move to general business. Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I rise to talk about Charlie Perella, who is a local barber in the Hendra community. So I'm talking about something really special that's happening in my ward. We're honouring a man who is not only the local barber, but is truly part of the fabric of the Hendra community. For more than half a century, Charlie has trimmed the hair of anyone and everyone, from strappers and jockeys to politicians and high commissioners. I like to call Charlie barber to the stars, but his humble shop on corner of Manson Road and Zillman Road is much more than that. It's become a gathering place, a spot where neighbours catch up, share stories and swap local news while waiting for their turn in the barber's chair. It is in many ways the hub of the Hendra community. You never quite know who you'll bump into inside that little shop. Generations of families have sat in the same barber's chair, the original one that Charlie brought with him from Inglewood all those years ago. So from children having their very first haircut to long-time locals clocking up decades of trims, Charlie has seen it all. There isn't a customer whose name Charlie does not know, where they work or what their story is. While I can't profess to be an actual customer of Charlie's for obvious reasons, I have it on very good authority that his craft is exceptional. But what truly sets him apart is the way he connects with people. While the world has changed dramatically over the last 50 years, Charlie's friendly smile, customer service and loyalty to his community has never wavered. That is why his customers keep coming back and why the community has been so determined to acknowledge his contribution with a sign that will remain long after the barbershop doors eventually close. Charlie is also one of 30% of Brisbane residents born overseas. He is proudly Italian, and since arriving in Australia all those years ago, he has embraced Aussie life and truly had a go. And have a go he has, not only as a barber still cutting hair many days a week, because he's over 80, so he's really been doing this a long time, but also he's an avid lawn bowls player, still organising competitions at the local club. Charlie has built a life for himself and his family, but along the great joy and success he has experienced, he's also faced immense sadness. He recently lost his beloved wife Rosa, and he's endured the unthinkable heartbreak of farewelling both a son and a daughter. I know that this sign will mean a great deal to a man who has devoted himself to his family and community. The love for Charlie is strong, and that was shown clearly through the many signatures collected in support of the petition. There were a couple of hurdles to work through along the way, but thanks to people power and persistence, we have arrived at a wonderful outcome, a fitting way to honour a remarkable man. So I'm pleased to advise the Chamber that I am working with my outcome manager to make the sign a reality, and I am hopeful that it will be delivered in a couple of months and that we'll be able to have a lovely unveiling of the sign for Charlie, and he is very excited by this. So thank you very much.
Further speakers, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I was to speak on what we would have discussed in Clause D, Council Standing Committee and meeting dates and recess period for 2026, but unfortunately weren't able to because the LNP made changes to the meetings local law to restrict debate in this council chamber. And it's unfortunate that this item has fallen victim to the restriction on the debate of elected councillors in here, because it's actually now accepted by the LNP to have less meetings than I think ever on record for any year of the Brisbane City Council since 1925. When you take out election years, and there's obviously disruptions to the start of the meeting calendar, when you look at the history of the Brisbane City Council, after 2 decades of decline under this LNP regime, what we are presented with in 2026 is just 26 meetings. When you go this year, when you look at this year's calendar, we had 27 meetings. When you go back to 2023, there were 28 meetings, and previously there were 29 meetings, and prior to that, on good authority from Councillor Johnston, there were over 30 when she first started in this place. So you look at that trend under this 2 decades of decline under the LNP, and not only do they focus more and spend more time and attention on controlling debate in this council chamber, changing the meetings local law to restrict debate in this council chamber, they now don't even want to show up to this council chamber to debate things in here. Now, you wonder why more and more people are calling them a regime around Brisbane. It's because they're acting like one. We heard that it was on full display from Brisbane's part-time Lord Mayor today when people were expressing a different opinion to his. He absolutely flipped out. He could not handle it. He didn't know how to respond to it. He's fallen so far away from engaging in robust democratic debate that when somebody expresses a different opinion to him, he goes absolutely crazy about it, which is really quite incredible. But this item before the council meeting earlier was also an opportunity for us to have a discussion around how council meetings operate, when they occur and when committee meetings should occur. And I know all councillors on this side of the chamber have experienced committee meetings running over time, us running out of time to discuss and debate presentations and petitions and general business in committee meetings. Now, the Lord Mayor's talked a bit about, in the planning sense today, aligning Brisbane, particularly car parking ratios and other things, with other councils. So here's an idea: why doesn't the Lord Mayor have a look at how some other councils run their committee and council meeting processes, including splitting committee meetings away from the same day as having a council meeting? If we think about the argument that the LNP put forward around changing the meetings local law recently was to make these meetings more family friendly. It still requires councillors to be in here as early as 8:30 and sometimes leave as late as 8:30 or 9 o'clock. And not one meeting this session has finished before 6 p.m. and I assume this one will probably go to 6 p.m. itself. Here's a novel idea. E&C doesn't matter too much apparently, because when you look at the minutes, of which we will no longer have after February next year, Those meetings go for 20 to 25 minutes. The time changes, the day can change. So Monday morning isn't required for E&C meetings. We should have council standing committee meetings on a Monday morning. They should be an hour long. They should have genuine presentations, debate and discussion around, and all councils engaging that around the future direction of our city. And council meetings should start at 9 a.m. on a Tuesday. We then don't need the restrictions on debate because, I mean, God forbid we can all last a whole day in this council chamber and there's more staff readily available to do that. Now, this isn't a new idea. We have raised this before, but it's just unfortunate that having this discussion during the council meeting where the decision's being made fell victim to the LNP's shutting down of democratic debate in this council chamber. I don't think the LNP will ever take this on board, but I don't think it's an unreasonable idea to think that in a city that's growing as rapidly and changing as rapidly as Brisbane, that its elected representatives have a genuine opportunity both at committee meetings and council meetings to make meaningful contributions to the future of our city.
Further speakers. Councillor Wolf.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I rise to share 3 community events that have taken place in my ward, including Sunset at the Lake, Hillsden Road Street Party and Carols at Whitton. So back in October, we hosted Bands in the Park. This was our Sunset at the Lake event at UQ Lakes, and this was held in the Dr. Mary Mahoney AO Amphitheatre. We also added a Halloween twist. I know it seems a bit late now, we're in December, but just wanted to share the good news. So you may have actually seen me there wandering around slightly disorientated with a zombie bride, but thankfully no one seemed to recognise me in my black wig, so it was all fun and games. The UQ Big Band delivered 2 fantastic sets as part of Brisbane City Council's Band in the Parks program. My thanks go to Peter, the manager, Clint, the conductor, and Grace, the vocalist, for keeping the atmosphere lively, and it was certainly entertaining. The costume competition was a real highlight with plenty of creativity and effort from the crowd. Even the pumpkins looked impressed. I'd also like to thank UQ's community and engagement team, especially Michaela and Cecilia, for hosting the event at the beautiful amphitheatre for us. Then in November, we hosted the Hillsden Road Street Party at the Hillsden Road Centre, and this was a really beautiful, relaxed afternoon of local music, art and connection. It was a wonderful celebration of our small businesses that make our area so very unique. There was live music from Paul and Phil, there was face painting by Happy Face Painting, an art exhibition by local artist Nicole Delamar, and plenty of delicious food and coffee from Abode Cafe and also Hillsden Road Grocer. Special mention to Shelley from Skin Tonic, who also opened up her doors for shared tips on all things skin, which was fabulous. It was a really good opportunity to celebrate Taringa's small businesses, catch up with friends and enjoy this beautiful local shopping precinct. Just this past Saturday, I also wanted to share that we celebrated our annual Carols at Whitton, one of the highlights of our local calendar. This is hosted by our office and also by the Lord Mayor's Community Fund. While the weather initially looked challenging, we successfully relocated from Whitton Barracks to Fig Tree Pocket State School Hall. The event featured performances from Indooroopilly State School, which was a kazoo choir, the Toowong Signing Choir, which was great, the Fig Tree Pocket State School Choir, the Barbershop Singers from Indooroopilly Activity Hub, and Brisbane Boys College with their pipe band, which was extraordinary. We also featured the Viva La Musica vocals from the Adults and Children's Choir. A Christmas tree stilt walker was a huge hit, and of course Santa made a very welcome appearance. Thank you to my husband Peter. I thank everyone who helped make this such a special event. Chair, from Sunset at the Lake to Hillsden Road Street Party and Carols at Whitton, these events truly demonstrate the strength and the spirit of our local community. They bring people together, we support local business, and it reminds us how connected and caring Brisbane suburbs really can be. Thank you.
Further speakers, Councillor Chongwa.
Thank you, Chair. I am speaking about net zero carbon emissions, targets and the Liberal and National Political Alliance. The federal Liberal Party and the National Party have now officially abandoned their commitment to net zero emissions by 2050. They have dropped any pretense that the Liberal National Coalition cares about the future of our fragile ecosystem or the ability of our current and future generations to avoid extreme hardship on this planet. While 145 countries covering 77% of global emissions have adopted or pledged net zero targets, the LNP have chosen to embrace outdated energy systems that are now destabilising our civilisation. The Paris Agreement aimed to keep global warming well below 2 degrees above pre-industrial levels, yet the world has already reached 1.5 degrees in 2024. And the latest science is that we are heading towards at least 2.5 degrees global warming. The international political and scientific consensus is clear. If nations are serious about the Paris Agreement, they must make deep emission cuts and become net zero as soon as possible. The Liberal National Alliance dropping net zero targets is not a minor policy shift. It is a strategic abandonment of our livable future, leaving ordinary people to face a world of chaos, hardship, mental health crises, food system disruption and untold deaths from unprecedented extreme weather events. At the state level, it is the same story. The Queensland LNP is repealing every renewable target of the former government. They have reversed the plan to close coal-fired power stations by 2035 and have reset every coal plant to its full lifespan. And here in Brisbane, this LNP council has, for the last 20 years, also been dismantling the city's climate resilience while abandoning its own emissions targets. In 2017, they committed to cutting council's operational emissions by 30% by 2032. 8 years later, emissions have not fallen. They are 3% higher. You heard here in these chambers today that the Lord Mayor claimed that the trend of council emissions is going down. If council emissions were going down over 8 years and there was just a blip last year, then surely there would still be an overall decrease. So why have we seen an overall increase in emissions over the last 8 years? This LNP administration is also spending less on climate resilience, cutting over $70 million this financial year from parks, stormwater and flood mitigation, the very systems that protect us from climate change impacts. They are reducing the very green space that would have mitigated climate change impacts by altering the city plan, so Brisbane will lose 290 hectares of green space per capita over the next decade. But of course, there's more. ABC investigations have exposed that LNP have been degrading our city's critical heatwave protecting tree canopy over the last 2 decades. And while 10,000 additional properties were added to the high-risk flood overlay along just one creek system this August, the LNP continues to encourage more development in flood-prone areas. Urban planning is not being used by the LNP to make Brisbane safer. It is making it more vulnerable. It is now clear that over 20 years of LNP rule, Brisbane is becoming less resilient and less safe in a climate crisis future. At every level of government, federal, state and council, the Liberal National Alliance has abandoned its emission targets, abandoned its renewable energy commitments and abandoned all pretense of climate responsibility. While tens of thousands of climate scientists are providing the best scientific data and climate projections available, this Liberal national touring circus has become a party of science deniers. They've become a fringe party of climate deniers and conspiracy theorists. The Australian Government's National Risk Assessment warns Queensland will suffer devastating Category 4 and 5 cyclones with infrastructure damage beyond anything we have experienced, 4 times more lethal heat waves with up to 5 times more heat deaths, 1.5 million Australians at risk of coastal flooding, $500 billion hit to property values within 25 years, more severe flooding that would see whole suburbs becoming uninsurable due to flood risk. The Climate Council is clear. Only strong net zero targets give Australia any chance of helping to keep warming below 2 degrees. 2.5 to 3 degrees warming pushes the planet towards further irreversible tipping points, including glacial collapse and sea level rises
Councillor
that will wipe out
Chongwei,
our
your
coastal
time has
crisis.
expired. Are there further speakers? Councillor Parry.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and I rise to speak on 2 items today. They are the 2nd anniversary of the Rainbow Lorikeet Bush Care Group and also the Zonta's Walk for Awareness last week. So, a couple of Sundays ago, we celebrated Rainbow Lorikeet Park's Bush Care Group's 2nd anniversary. And this Bush Care Group, I've got a few in my ward, but this one has a special place in my heart because they're about as old as me as a councillor. So, we tend to celebrate our milestones at the same time, which is something really special. Also, it's one of those suburban parks that you wouldn't anticipate would have such a strong community group behind it, and as well as having also an amazing ecological system within it as well. It's one of those parks that was developed, I think, over time, and then you wouldn't expect to see the kinds of flora and fauna that are what's seen in there now. So Rob Jamieson is the leader of that group, and he's done amazing things with his team of Aspleyeites. On the day, we had a cake, we had spring rolls from his beautiful wife Sue. We had Fiona, who was on the guitar and singing for us. She also made me a handbag, specially designed for the park. It had a little inside it. It had all rainbow lorikeets on it, and it had a water bottle holder, which is very important in a park on a hot day. And also I received a rainbow lorikeet cap, which I was going to bring today, but I left it in the car. But anyway, there are about 25 members at the celebration, and we've all worked together, I think, to try and improve this park. We've planted 4,400 native trees over the last couple of years. We've had 1,000 volunteer hours this year alone. They're doing monthly water quality testing. We've installed 8 nesting boxes, with 3 more due in 2026. 6 of these nesting boxes actually have cameras, and they're fitted with a monitoring system that you can use a phone app to connect to the nesting box, and then you can actually see what's inside it. So we've found rainbow lorikeet eggs, sugar gliders, all sorts of things without actually disturbing the animals inside them, because you can connect them remotely. Rob tells me it's a world first, so there you go. We were also treated to a delicious cake, and we got to see 5 tawny frogmouths in a tree. We think they're a whole family because we saw them nesting not that long ago, and it's just fabulous. And what I love about it the most is everybody just came out for a good time, and there were young kids there. There were all ages. It's just such a wonderful way of connecting our community. And Rob's a real credit to that community, as well as Fiona, as well as Anita, and everybody else that's involved. And I'm really proud to support them as I do with my other bush care groups as well. The second thing I wanted to talk about was the Zonta Says No walk last Thursday. I went there with Councillor Wolfe, who was representing the Lord Mayor, Councillor Gibney, and Amanda Cam, the Minister. There was a few different Zonta groups from around the place. The one for me locally is the Zonta Sunrise group. They're a very small group of extremely keen women. They meet regularly for breakfast. That's why they're called Zonta Sunrise. And they are really, really wanting to connect with other people within the community to obviously raise awareness around domestic and family violence. I know they're doing work with Mitchelton State High School to engage with their students. And I don't think I can express enough how proud I was walking with them around our city, to see everything lit up in orange, including City Hall, including the Victoria Bridge, and including the casino as well. It was a really special moment for me to be here at night, to be walking outside and to see how beautiful our city is. It was lit up beautifully, and it was activated, and that's what I think was really, really special. And the message, people kept, I spoke to some young girls on the other side of the bridge. When I say young girls, probably in their early 20s, and they said, "Oh, what are you guys protesting? What are you guys talking about?" And I was able to spread the message of Zonta and the fact that they're using the next 16 days from last Thursday to raise awareness around domestic and family violence, which I know that everybody in this place is hugely supportive of stamping out. So it was an excellent night. It was great to be around so many enthusiastic, capable and passionate women, and more of it, I say. Thanks a lot.
Further speakers, Councillor Strunk.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Listen, I'll rise to speak on a couple of things that have happened in the last few days. First of all, we had a devastating fire that took place in Freeman Road. at the City Point Marketplace Food Bank early on Friday morning. We don't at this stage know what caused the fire, but it really actually, the fire virtually destroyed the building and all the stuff that was in the building that was being put together for Christmas hampers and for about 1,200 families. And you can imagine how much that was. And of course, all the other food stuff, of course, that these 1,200 families have access on a monthly basis, right? I'm talking to Kylie, who manages it, and she, of course, is very devastated. But they're going to fight back. They're looking for other premises that they can use. I know there's been an offer of a premise, but I don't know exactly where that is. They've started a GoFundMe page, and their target is $250,000. They've raised about $61,000 so far. So, you know, anyone listening or anyone in the chamber that would like to donate to City Point Marketplace, please do so, because every dollar will be much appreciated. As I say, they do hampers every year for a lot of families who really count on those, and so hopefully maybe we can put enough money together to get those hampers reconstructed. But then of course the rebuild will start obviously sometime in the new year. A lot of those people are homeless as well, living rough around the ward, and not just my ward, but other wards as well that use that food bank. And I just want to reiterate what happened in regards to some of the people that are homeless that have set up in the Ellen Grove, or it's actually the Wacol area that I spoke about earlier. And you know, I'm still amazed how many people have seen that post and have responded with comments and things like that. There's some really people with really big hearts out there that know how difficult it is, whether they have their own family members that are experiencing homelessness, but they've really have reached out and commented with quite a few constructive comments about what can be done. It's gone over 300,000 views, which I'm told by my colleagues it's gone viral and is probably overseas at the moment. So, I mean, what we experience with homelessness, of course, is experienced by many countries around the world, if not all countries around the world. And so, but it's a big issue here in Brisbane for us as a council. I mean, this really highlighted to me that there's a lot of people out there that want to support the homeless at all sorts of different levels. And I know a lot of my residents actually drop by food stuffs and other types of products to people when they see them, whether they're in a tent or a caravan. It just it makes you feel good that there's a lot of people out there that really care about their fellow man and woman. I just, you know, it's really humbling to sort of see that, and I'm thinking, well, I should do more myself, you know. I mean, I don't know if I'd ever want to be in that position. I've never been in that position, but I tell you what, I can just imagine trying to struggle to try to keep something over your head, to try to keep some food going, and then try to keep it all together without it disappearing. You know, when I'm away trying to forage out some more food. Anyways, those few comments I'll cease there. But again, if anyone has some extra money out there, City Point Market, GoFundMe, please donate as much as you can. Thank you, Chair.
Further speakers. Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. I just rise to speak briefly on council meetings generally. First of all, I would just like to note that in the time that we've had the changes that were forced on this chamber by the LNP, the level of accountability and transparency in this council has significantly declined. And by that I mean, firstly, We don't get to debate all of the council items that are on the agenda because the LNP has guillotined debate to 3 hours. We now have the situation where when motions are moved by myself or the Labor or the Greens, the LNP always guillotine that debate. We now today have the example of amendments being moved to change or enhance or alter council papers, and the LNP won't even allow debate on an amendment, they guillotine it. We are such a long way away from this idea, and I know the LNP stopped talking about it for some years now, but we're such a long way away from the Lord Mayor, previous and current, coming in here saying, well, where are your ideas? This administration has done everything in its power, using its massive majority to restrict debate, to restrict discussion in this chamber of key issues affecting the city. It is very clear that the LNP administration cannot handle any kind of democratic debate, and the Lord Mayor's absurd behaviour in the chamber today just demonstrates that. For the 5 minutes that he was actually here, you know, it seems that if you don't agree with the Lord Mayor, you don't have a position. It would seem that if you offer an idea that you don't have a position. The only person that doesn't seem to be aware of that is the Lord Mayor, and that's because he's been missing in action all year this year from the council chamber. Now, the other problem we have is the way in which council meetings are being chaired by Councillor Sandy Landers, the Chair of Council. In reviewing the minutes last week, I have seen a number of false statements made by Councillor Landers after the adjournment that was moved by the LNP, again, to stop debate. After Councillor Landers moved a motion, which she used her own language to do, Councillor Landers moved a motion, called it for the ayes, the LNP then shut the meeting down, and I was excluded from the chamber, or removed from the chamber is the word that Councillor Landers used. Councillor Landers, when the meeting resumed, then stated that I could have come back in and I could have spoken to the motion, which had already been moved before the adjournment, and I had been removed from the chamber by Councillor Landers. Now, I'm going to put on the record that we had an adjournment for approximately 10 minutes for the purpose, we were told, of Councillor Landers seeking legal advice, which the minutes show she did not do. Apparently, she read the rules. Councillor Landers did not come out into the kitchen or into my office to see whether I was still here, to say, oh, I've made a mistake, or oh, I've stuffed up. So we can only presume that it was deliberate, that she made false statements after the adjournment last week, saying I'd been invited to come back in, when you can't debate a motion that's already been passed by the chamber, and I can't come back into the chamber once I've been removed. Otherwise, we all know what would happen, wouldn't we? Councillor Landers and the LNP would move a motion that I'm in breach of council, and they'd refer me off to the OIA, because that's what they love doing. So sadly, this LNP administration have removed all accountability and transparency from how these meetings run. They're attempting with their mates in George Street to further restrict it through changes to the Local Government Act. Councillor Landers' abuse of her role in the chair, the bias that she shows week after week, the incompetent chairing is out of control, It does not serve the people of Brisbane or this chamber when these meetings are not conducted fairly, reasonably, justly and honestly. And I am appalled at the way in which now council is restricting the number of council meetings, again, to less. There's a part-time Lord Mayor and a part-time
Councillor Johnston,
LNP
your
running this
time
council.
has expired. Further speakers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just rise briefly to speak on a project that was officially open to the public on the weekend. We've had a long-running project in the Northgate ward, which Council has been actively involved in. The project has been led by Urban Utilities, but the nature of the project was such that Council was actively involved as they went through their design and planning work. And the project was designed to manage sewer, particularly in the event of heavy rain and flooding. This particular area, when there was heavy rain, would result in stormwater getting into the sewer system, and you can imagine what the outcome was for local residents. So Urban Utilities have undertaken a very significant project, a very complex project from a technological point of view, and in the process of delivering the sewer upgrade and bringing that to fruition, they've also done some major work on the public realm. And the project now features a freshwater pond, a large freshwater pond that's attracting wildlife. There is a range of saltwater ponds because they're tidal. But perhaps more importantly, they've done some terrific work on the shared pathways. They didn't exist beforehand. They've now got shared pathways there. They've done some work on seating. They've done some park upgrades in the location. And on Sunday, they opened the southern side of the project to the community. There was a great community turnout. It was extremely well received. Very pleased to be there on behalf of Council, and having worked closely with the Urban Utilities team and the community planning team over the last few years to bring this project to fruition. The project will finish in the next couple of months when they finish the northern side of the Cannery Creek project, which is essentially just pathways and landscaping. So a terrific outcome for the community, not only in the context of a sewer upgrade, but also in the context of providing some great community facilities. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor, I think it's Councillor Colley, yep.
Thanks very much, Chair. I just want to speak on two items very briefly. Firstly, Perinatal Mental Health Week, and secondly, about council meetings in 2025 and 2026. Firstly, I just want to acknowledge that over the last week, nationally, Perinatal Mental Health Week was acknowledged and celebrated and advocated for. We know that, potentially as high as 2 in 5 mums suffer from perinatal mental health issues. So whether they're trying to conceive, pregnant, or in the first year after having their child. And it's something that isn't talked about enough. I am very proud to support a number of initiatives and start conversation in my community about these statistics, but also about destigmatising perinatal mental health. I think the statistics would probably be much higher. And I also want to acknowledge that at the moment we understand that 1 in 10 dads suffer from poor perinatal health as well in that period. You know, having a child can obviously be it is such a transformative experience for so many families, but knowing what help is available and getting help when you need it is the most important thing to addressing those challenges. I know so many people who don't have a village behind them who need that level of support, whether it's something as simple as, a connection at a local playgroup or, the amazing work done by people at Peachtree Perinatal Wellness Centre in Nunda and right across Brisbane. I know they've got sites in Mount Gravatt and elsewhere too, or whether it's, that really intensive support that's delivered by Catherine's House at Mater Hospital, where mums and babies can receive care together, which is just so important. So just want to put on the record my support of Perinatal Mental Health Week. I hope that Council will consider, as the largest local government in Australia, actually taking the lead and coming on board as a partner. I know other levels of government in Queensland and also across the country are part of it, and I'd love to see Brisbane City Council as the largest local government in Australia take that leadership. I've written to the CEO to request that we become partners of and supporters of Perinatal Mental Health Week in 2026. Just briefly on to follow on from something that counts earlier about meetings. Obviously, there has been a huge baby boom this year in council, and you know, for me, it's not my first child, it's my second. What has struck me is you know, it has been a real challenge and a real juggle to make everything work, and I have, you know, a huge level of support behind me. Anything that we can do to make the People's Place and the representatives who represent the south, east, west, and everything in between should be considered. Councillor Cassidy's come in here with some pretty sensible suggestions about how to make council truly friendly. Other councils nearby, they're modelled off some, you know, previous Queensland state government protocols as well. Family-friendly hours. Unfortunately, the state LNP have wound those family-friendly provisions back recently in the state government. So this is about having a respectful conversation, you know, to make sure that we are making this place as representative of the people of Brisbane as it can be. I know we can do so much better. I know that, you know, the LNP are totally allergic to any Labor ideas, but can we at least have a conversation about it? That's all we're asking, because we can do so much more. We should be having conversations, and it should be evolving to meet different needs. You know, we've got 3 councillors at the moment with babies under 1. Surely we can do better than, you know, what I was doing before, which was trying to feed a baby and be on teams and do divisions and all sorts of things. It's hard. So it warrants a conversation. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Gibney.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to finish up my speech that I started about Wynnum Manly Men's Sheds today when we ran out of time. So I just thought I'd quickly finish off and say a few great things about what they're doing. Beyond the shed walls, their contribution to the Wynnum Manly is far and wide. They make repair for items for locals. They recently crafted timber crosses for the Field of Remembrance service for the Queensland War Widows. They've supported organisations like Martyr, Little Miracles, Black Dog Institute and Catherine's House at the Martyr. They host fire pit nights, music sessions, board games, Tuesday talks and woodworking classes and many more. I'm thankful for their support for my sand toy library at Pandunnis Beach, which was very quickly become a very much loved feature for local families. We all know their regular barbecues at the Sunday creative markets in Manly, and you can usually smell the onions before you can even as you get out of your car. You only need to attend one of their events, such as the big breakfast during Mental Health Week, to understand the culture they've built. The shed is a space of radical welcome. A place where men can show up exactly as they are, with their stories, their struggles, their skills, or simply a desire to connect. The phrase, "Your vibe attracts your tribe," was shared at their breakfast this year, and I've never heard a more accurate description of the shed. Recently, I had the privilege of attending their AGM, where we celebrated an extraordinary milestone. After leading the shed since its formation in 2011, founding President David Westlake stepped down. David and his wife Anne have shaped the heart, culture and future of the organisation. From 6 members in a garage to a thriving membership of 385, they have guided the shed with dedication, compassion and unmistakable Bayside humour. It was wonderful to see former member for Bonner, Ross Faster, acknowledged as an honorary member for his support in securing funding for their first shed. And equally special to celebrate Sister Angela Mary's 100th birthday. Sister Angela Mary is an honorary member of the shed, and as a gift this year, the shed made a generous donation to the Martyr Foundation in her honour. Under their new president, Keith, and Secretary Phil, the club remains in good hands. The committee is dedicated, forward-thinking and committed to making the shed a place that continues to evolve with the community needs. The Wynnum Manly Men's Shed is growing, their membership is growing, and their services, project, mentoring and community outreach are continuing to grow too. And so is the accessibility of their members. And that's why I strongly support the planned expansion and development of a new shed within their leased area. This space will allow them to welcome more members, provide more activities and ensure the layout is safe and accessible for all those with mobility needs. The Wynnum Manly and District's Men's Shed has my full support for their continued lease at Eleanor Park and for their future plans. They are an essential part of the fabric of the Bayside, and I look forward to working with them with their next chapter. Thank you.
Further speakers? No further speakers. That concludes today's meeting. Thank you, councillors.